Welcome to the Billings City Council. This is a regular business meeting. If you would, please stand with me for the Pledge of Allegiance, and then we'll have our invocation by Councilmember Shaw. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. So in honor of Valentine's Day tomorrow, I have just a short and sweet Valentine's invocation. So if you'll bow your heads with me. Dear Creator God, teach us to love those dearest to us. Enable us to forgive and ask for forgiveness. Grant us deeper friendships and compassion for those we represent. Sharpen our awareness of those who feel unloved and unlovable in the city. May we bring this energy with us into the meeting tonight. Amen.
Denise, would you please call the roll?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Shaw.
Here.
Gulick.
Here.
Neese.
Here.
Owen.
Here.
Joy.
Present.
Chiriki.
Councilman Trickey is with us by Zoom, I believe. So, Councilmember Trickey, can you hear us? And if so, can we see you? And can you? And I'm seeing a thumbs up. All right. So, Councilmember Trickey is with us.
Okay. Tidswell.
Councilmember Tidswell is excused.
Okay. Purinton.
Here.
Boyette. Here. Rapsis. Here. Mayor Cole.
Here. Our minutes for this evening are from January 23rd, 2023. Councilman Trickey, I know that you had a change in the language. We have copies of that that you sent around by email. It's in the section, I suppose, on council courtesies. And you're quoted in there as stating that there was a group of people who were trying to enforce the ban on cameras at traffic signals. And you wanted to change that to say that they were trying to, quote, reverse the ban on using traffic cameras to enforce traffic laws. Councilmember Trickey, is that still your requested change to the minutes?
I think he's still frozen.
I think you're still on mute and perhaps frozen. Councilmember Trickey, are you? That's your background, perhaps?
Mayor, based on his email to us, I would make that motion that we amend the minutes.
Okay. The motion is so made. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Joy. We'll work on getting Councilmember Trickey back with us technologically, we hope. Councilmember Trickey, if at any point you want to chime in, just so we know that you can hear us and we can hear you, please do so. Okay, are there any other changes to the minutes or further discussion? Okay, so the motion is for approval with that change to the January 23rd minutes. If in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
If opposed, nay. Motion passes unanimously with the exception of Councilmember Trickey, who was not with us for that vote. Council courtesies this evening. I'll just start with one reminder to members of the council to speak clearly, loudly into your microphone. We've had some complaints that people on KTVQ, or I'm sorry, on Channel 7 can't always hear us. So, and also anybody speaking at the podium, please speak up so everybody out in at home can hear. Any other council courtesies this evening? Councilmember Purinton?
Thank you. I was fortunate this past week to do a ride-along with one of our city officers, and it was a great experience. I learned a lot. I learned a lot about community partners that partner with our police department, met some of those that I didn't know, and I would just encourage Chris, as we go through orientations for new council members, and even with these council members, to do a ride-along, especially in your ward. I just think it's really important so that you can see firsthand what our police department, what our police officers are all about. I just think we have a fabulous police department. We really do. And so we just need to support them, and I think to be there with them is just really important. So thank you.
Thank you. Other council courtesies this evening? Not seeing any, so we'll move ahead to proclamations. We do have a proclamation this evening in recognition of Black History Month, and here I just want to call out and thank Councilmember Joy and Reverend Melvin Terry of the All Nations Church on the South Side for asking for this proclamation, which, as far as I know, is the first time that we have recognized Black History Month in Billings. So the proclamation, which I drafted earlier today, states as follows: whereas Black History Month is celebrated around the United States every February to recognize how Black Americans have contributed to our nation's culture, economy, religious life, and history. And whereas beginning as early as 1805, when York, a black slave, entered Montana as part of the famous Lewis and Clark expedition, Black Montanans have helped shape our state's history, including Samuel Lewis, an early Montana businessman whose house on Wilson Avenue in Bozeman is on the National Register of Historic Places. Sarah Gammon Bickford, owner of the Virginia City Water Company from 1900 to 1931. Taylor Gordon, White Sulphur Springs native who went on to sing at Carnegie Hall in the 1920s. And Geraldine Travis, who in 1974 became the first Black Montanan elected to the Montana legislature. And whereas Black Americans have also contributed greatly to the history and culture of our own community here in Billings, including Horace Wayman Bivens, career soldier and recipient of the Silver Star for his service during the Spanish-American War. Walter and Ruth Browning, business leaders, community volunteers, creators of Billings' first ice cream truck, and in Ruth's case, a prominent feature on the mural in the City Hall parking garage. And Ruth Curtis, who spearheaded the first recognition of Juneteenth Day in Billings in 1994. And whereas our Black neighbors and friends continue to make major contributions to Billings and Yellowstone County as individuals and members of organizations that enrich the religious, educational, economic, cultural, military, and social fabric of our community. And whereas in 1976, President Gerald Ford first established Black History Month, and every subsequent U.S. president has recognized the month, and as has Montana Governor Greg Gianforte. And whereas the city of Billings also wishes to recognize the accomplishments and contributions of Black Americans who have been and continue to be part of the fabric of our nation, state, and city. Now, therefore, I, William Cole, Mayor of the City of Billings, do hereby proclaim February 2023 to be Black History Month in Billings and encourage all citizens to reflect on and celebrate the contributions of Black Americans in our country, state, and community. We'll move on to council reports. Council, any reports from committees or organizations you serve on behalf of the council? Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, and I thank you too for reading out that proclamation. That very important aspect of our own Billings history. I would just like to say the Community Development Board met this month, and even though I'm usually a little bit tardy to the meeting, I do have some things I would like to inform the council on. Coming up soon, there'll be an action item for the council to take with the Community Development Board making further investments in parks in the city. So you will see that within the next month. Thank you.
Thank you. Other council reports. Councilmember Purington.
Thank you. I sent each one of you in your emails the report from the progress report from Big Sky EDA, and I see Steve is here. He's my backup. But anyway, it is quite lengthy, but it's very good, and I hope that you'll take the time to check it out. Thank you.
Thank you. Other council reports. Seeing none. City Administrator report. Chris.
Mayor and Council, you've got a lot on the agenda. I've got a half a dozen things here. I'll try to move through them quickly. So first, just a reminder, is we're working with Councilmember Cheriki. By Montana Constitution, you've got to have the camera on at all times. So we will work on getting that resolved. Consent agenda item 1U, that's the resolution for the multi-generational rec center. The mayor had a few good tweaks. I asked for color, you got color. So nothing of substance changed it, but that's the pink sheet you have there. Were a few corrections there. Number 3 is an update, which I haven't given you in a little while, on warrants. So the department, the week of February 1st through the 8th, the one in that week, our officers interacted with 38 individuals who had a warrant for their arrest. 8 of those they decided really needed to be booked at the jail, so they took them to the jail, but in an ideal world, arguably all 38 would a judge is asked through a warrant that they be seen, but because of our situation with lack of capacity in the jail, those individuals, those 8 are given a notice to appear. Year to date, that number is just shy of 200, 196, 42 of which went to be booked there. So I've got the year-end numbers. I just couldn't place them just before we started for 2022. If you remember, we started tracking this mid-2022. So I'll get those to you as soon as possible. The chief gave them to me. I just can't find them at the moment. Next week's work session, as a reminder, is on Tuesday. Got President's Day on Monday. Another way out future, doesn't need to be dealt with this evening, but I wanted to flag it. Someone flagged it for me. July 3rd this year would be a council meeting on a Monday night. With the 4th of July, we may choose to do something different with the calendar in July. We can talk about that at a future work session. And last but not least, there is one piece of ex parte communication that came in after 3 today. It has to do with agenda item number 3, Vista West, and it is in the notebook on the cart. So that's all that I have for you, Mayor and Council.
Thank you, Chris. Any questions for Chris about his report? Okay, then we'll move on to public comment on non-public hearing items. So obviously, we've got a lot of people in our audience tonight, and if you would like a copy of the agenda, there should be one in the back, on that back cart there. So this is an opportunity to comment on things where there will not be a public hearing later. And that includes tonight items 1, which is this consent agenda with all the subparts. Item 3B, which is the annexation agreement for the project west of Shiloh. We're not going to shut you down if you want to talk about that later when we get to a public hearing on that item. And then similarly 4B. So mostly the consent agenda this evening. So we'll start off. We just ask that you tell us your name and your address and keep your comments to 3 minutes. Keep your eye on the little timer over there. The buzzard is not very loud, so we apologize about that. If I have to throw something at you, it's because I was too quiet. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Thank you for having me. My name is Michael Mayotte. I reside at 123 Lewis Avenue. I'm here to speak on items 1, G, and H. The Executive Director of Amen Park Development Council, commonly referred to as Amen Park. Our 5-year agreement is up before you this evening for renewal, speaking on behalf of that. Also, we are required by that agreement each year to present our budget for the next coming year and our financials from the previous year. They have been provided to you. They have been provided to the Parks Department. Again, here to support those reports and to answer any questions that any of you may have about the park.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Mike? Councilmember Neese?
My questions were answered via email, so I'm fine. Thank you very much, Mike, for answering that information. And then we spoke on the phone this afternoon about that. And I think the Parks Department will be getting back to us on that question you had about the receivables from the city.
Thank you, Councilman Reese.
Okay, if nothing else, guess not. Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening. Next, and I will ask that you create a little line in the back so that way we can know exactly when to stop and there won't be any extra time spent and people getting to the podium.
Good evening, Mayor Cole, Billings City Council, staff, and guests. I'm Dick Zier. I'm president of the South Billings Urban Renewal Association, and I live at 3039 Golden Acres Drive. I'd like to just comment on consent item U. The South Billings Urban Renewal Association took on the multi-generational recreation center project approximately 2 years ago after nothing happened for several years. We formed a committee that had several meetings and only took it to the city council for their approval to hire an architectural firm, Dusty Eaton of A&E Architects, to do a design build. 2 committees were formed, the core committee and the executive committee. Several meetings were held with both committees and also public meetings to get to where we are today. This project does several things to benefit not only the south side, but Billings, Yellowstone County, and the state of Montana. It will be a tremendous economic driver. Ask the business such as the hotels, restaurants, malls, the jump park, Metro casinos, how their weekend went with all the Class A wrestling tournament that was here in town this weekend. We have several basketball tournaments in the next few weeks going to do the same thing for our economy. Also, it will create tremendous activity for the new fun center, family fun center being established in the existing Outlaw complex. Just imagine having at least one event in this facility per week, almost every weekend of the year, and what effect that would have on us. We would be able to also attract regional events for hockey and swimming with 2 sheets of ice and a 50-meter pool available. In addition, the crime in Billings continues to rise. The sports complex would give citizens of all ages an alternative to have something positive to do. It would help with the overall wellness of thousands of individuals while hopefully decreasing crime. Our goal is to make it affordable to all regardless of their own economic status. The Sabura Board endorses this project and would appreciate your positive vote to move forward with this project. It will be a huge benefit to our city, county, state, and region. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Heather Hasek, and I live at 6607 O'Donnell Lane, and I am here to also speak on behalf of the Rec Center. We all know that this facility is badly needed, so let's skip over that and focus on some possible concerns that you may have that are holding us back. One is that the sports teams in this room are going to monopolize the facility, and I'm telling you that is not true. The people that are on these teams all go to public school and wouldn't be using this building until 3:30 in the afternoon. You have multiple hours of the day that facility could be used by other groups that don't use the building in the evening. This would include your elderly groups, families with children under school age, people that work out on their lunch hour, as well as your homeschool group. In the 2020 to 2021 school year, there was roughly 1,400 homeschool students in Yellowstone County alone. These students participate in group activities but have nowhere to do them. Concern number 2 is that not everyone is saying yes to this project. We will never have 100% support of this project. But the question is, why are they saying no? And they're saying no because they don't want to pay for this. So let's talk about the money. We have $35 million that have already been raised by the Southside Group. And the public needs to know that their $112 million building will only cost $77 million if we get it done in the next year before we lose that money. You also want us to go out and do a capital campaign for you. We cannot do that without a plan. We need you to pass this plan so that we can get started. And finally, let's not forget that this facility is capable of paying for itself. All of the other Parks and Recs projects that we consider cost taxpayers money, and they never bring any in. This project actually has the ability to pay for itself. Rose Park makes a profit every single year. It's only open 3 months. It doesn't do any competition, and it's only available for swimming. This facility is so much more than that. Just think what it's capable of. So what needs to happen? All you have to do tonight is decide if we like this plan. Your group says they like it, the experts say they like it, the community likes it, and even you yourselves have said that you like this design. In order for us to move forward, we need a big picture plan. I understand that you're worried about the taxpayers and the burdens on them. And so it's going to come down to the opinions of those taxpayers, whether or not they're willing to go through with this. You have a large group of people in this room that are telling you they want an opportunity to vote on this, and they can't do that until you approve this. You were asked to come up with a solution to a problem. This is our solution, and now you need to put it into the hands of the voters so that they can give you their opinions. It is not your job to vote for us. It's your job to help us so that we can vote for ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Dawn Giffens. I reside at 3126 Harrier Lane. I'm here to talk as well on the Recreation Center. I think we've been here multiple times. I've been at this meeting at least 3 times when you guys have reviewed the plans. So I don't want to overhash some of that. I do want to talk about future. I moved here to Billings after looking very heavily at a lot of different places. I'm military, retired after 24 years, and the one thing that Billings is missing is a rec center for our youth and our elderly. It was the one thing that almost kept me from coming here. We've got great schools, we've got great programs, we actually have great opportunities for our people, but if you want to make Billings be the center of our state, which I believe we should be, we are the largest, we are the most capable, we've got so much to offer. We just are missing a few things. And I love the fact that we got a Chick-fil-A, fabulous, wonderful people out the door, right? But what we really need is something for our children, something for our people, something to help us with regards to our crime and our drug rates and all of those things. I believe this facility will do that. I just spent an entire weekend up in Great Falls at swimming. We have several of our swimmers sitting back here that did amazing jobs up there. And I will tell you, we don't have the capacity anywhere in this state. Our state swimming is going to happen in Hardin. Hardin is the solution for the state. Okay? We know what this state can bring in. We just saw it with wrestling. You know, we've got all the hockey folks. There's more than just that. We've got gymnastics. We've got a lot of stuff. This facility is the future, and we need to push it to the voters, and we need the support of the council to help us explain to the voters the potential that this facility brings. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tom McLean, 2702 Montana Avenue, Unit 305. I have been on the Parks and Rec Board since 2019, and I currently serve as the chair of that board. We've seen several iterations of this particular project, and it keeps getting better and better. And on October 12th at our meeting, we unanimously voted to recommend to council that you adopt this plan. And we did that because Dusty Eaton and his crew, the South Billings Urban Renewal District and their board, and all the community members that have come together to work on this project have put a lot of thought into it. You guys have put a lot of thought into it. And at one meeting, you even said, go back and come back bigger, which surprised me. But I'm glad you did, because I think this is a visionary project that could really transform Billings. It's a huge economic driver. It fulfills unmet needs for hockey, for swimming, for courts, and it fulfills unmet need for our community as a whole. I mean, there's a lot of aspects to this community, to this project that aren't just hockey, basketball, and courts. I mean, it's right there at Amon Park. It's a community center. I think this is a visionary project. I think it's time for Billings to be bold, and I hope you adopt it tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Jack Genoway here representing the Billings Chamber of Commerce at 815 South 27th Street. Also here tonight in support for the concept design for the multi-generational rec center. We are, of course, a long way from a ribbon cutting on this project, but tonight's vote is an important first step. If this project is built, it will have a huge impact on our local economy, bringing people in from outside the community. On average, when athletes come into the community, they bring about 1.5 people with them. Those people will fill our hotels, our restaurants, and our retail locations, supporting local jobs. This project would have an indirect but material impact on our public safety by getting our young people off the street and giving them personal development opportunities. And this project would help attract and retain the workers that our businesses need to grow and thrive. I know that most, if not all of you, have said that making sure that Billings is a place that our kids want to come back to is a priority for you. And I believe that this project is a huge step in creating that quality of place, that vibrant economy, and that high quality of life that we all want for Billings. I believe that this project is important to just about everyone, and the business community is no exception. That is why, as many of you already know, the Billings Chamber is excited to step up and help get this project built however we can to rally the business community where it's appropriate. Last but not least, I just want to say thank you to A&E Architects, to all of the community members who helped get us to this point, and to all of you for all of the work that you've already put into this project and for the work that you will put into this project in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Mark Nanas. I reside at 872 Ginger Avenue in the Billings Heights. I'm here both as a parent, to speak on the behalf of the rec center, both as a parent and a healthcare provider. My child is a junior in high school. I have another one who's an 8th grader, which probably will not be open in time to greatly benefit my children. However, if we look forward, we're talking about the cost. We understand that the anxiety, depression, mental health, and obesity rates among our youth are rising in just a huge skyrocket right now. We know that physical activity is a great way to combat all of these as a natural alternative to some of the medications out there. Providing opportunities for youth sports and activity levels will greatly benefit our youth from a mental health and physical health standpoint. As we look at the cost, I want you to take a look at the benefit to our youth as well. Thank you much.
Thank you.
Mayor, Council, City Administration, I would encourage you again, this will be the second time I've spoken on this center, and I hope you will definitely.
And Jody, just need your name and address.
Okay, Jody Adams, I live at 5520 Morningstar Lane. And I would encourage you to embrace passage of this to go forward to the voters. I hope you will give us that opportunity. Also, as this center goes forward, you have chances to work with Olympic sports. Many of these people have been involved with the Olympic movement, but I can tell you that changes the conversation in your community. It starts opening so many opportunities for your youth that you have not had in the past. I was just listing, you're looking at U.S. hockey, you're looking at U.S. swimming. You're looking at U.S. archery, which has not even been discussed, but can go indoors. You're talking about U.S. volleyball. I can go on and on as we have another conversation, I hope, down the road for an indoor tennis center. I can tell you right now, you're talking about U.S. tennis coming forward. What does this all equal? It equals opportunity at every level. It also opens opportunities for federal funds, state funds to help and make sure that this is for all children and all people. Also, this will serve every age. I'm your super senior. I'm your senior that has been involved in athletics all my life, but I can tell you right now, I'll be at this center every day. This is what we're looking for. And also, I want to mention that we have not talked very much about education. And when you build a center like this, you're talking about before and after school programs. Not only with your school park development, which I hope you will develop a plan for school park development. Your park system has worked with your school district for many years, but there can be more advancement of development of school park and not duplicating services and making sure you work together. But not only that, this center can be that before and after school type center. So let's get this passed and let's go ahead and let's get voting on this. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. Do we have any other public comment this evening? Before I close public comment, last chance. And is there anyone online? There is no one online. Okay, then we'll close the public comment period on our consent agenda. Move on to the consent agenda. Council, any separations from item 1 for separate vote? Councilmember Purington.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to separate 1U.
Item 1U, the Recreation Center. Other separations? Any other separations before we look for a motion on the non-separated items? Don't see any. Is there a motion? Councilmember Gulick?
I move to approve the items on the consent agenda as submitted with the exception of item U. Move for separation.
Councilmember Shaw? Is there any discussion? Councilmember Bernice?
Thank you, Mayor. When Mike was up here speaking about the Amen Park agreement, I should have probably said at this time that They do a really good job, and this is a good example of a partnership between the city and a private organization that actually manages a facility for us. They do a good job of meeting the needs of the community. They build revenue. They put money away for the sinking fund for the AstroTurf field up there. So that organization does a really good job, and I appreciate we have people like that who'd step up and help the community like someone like that, so in that group. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Neese. I'll just comment on that as well, that they do a fabulous job. In some ways, they do too good of a job. I've pointed out in the past that they do such a good job covering their costs, they don't really have to go out and ask for donations. But Amon Park was developed with the result of hundreds of thousands of dollars of donations by dedicated soccer supporters and soccer parents. And there's still an awful lot of support there. So if the need arises, especially for capital improvements, I think they can go to the well again if needed. So just keep that in mind. Anything else, any discussion on the motion? Councilmember Boyette?
Thank you, Mayor. Andy, can you come up a little minute? I wanted to ask about item number 1E, the agreement with U.S. Bank, depository and banking services. One of the things that we find is that every so often we need to change auditors to a different company to get a different perspective for auditing a bank or a business. Do we need to do that same thing for the banking relationship, that every 5 or 10 or 15 years we change banks only for the purpose of seeing if there's any mistakes or issues going on?
Mayor, Councilmember Boyette, I'm not familiar with the need to switch banks for that purpose. We've been very pleased with U.S. Bank, and we were able to benefit from the fact the state was able to enter into a contract with them, and we could realize a lot of those negotiated terms. So I would encourage that you approve that, but I'm not familiar with a reason to switch for, I guess, an audit type purpose. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Okay, we'll proceed to a vote. The vote is for approval of the non-separated items. If in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay. Motion passes unanimously with the exception of Councilmember Chiriky, who has not popped it back up on our screen. Do we have any reason to expect that Councilmember Chiriky will be showing up later?
So, Mayor, I would, at this point, would count him as an absent council member at this point because he's not made any comments, hasn't acknowledged your request to, answer something, and we've been trying to get a hold of him via text and email, and no response.
Okay, very good. He is ill, so I don't begrudge him in the least. So we'll move on to item 1U. The resolution adopting the conceptual design phase, final report of the Billings Multi-Generational Recreation Center. Councilmember.
We have a lot of people here for the rec center. They might have thought that was rather anticlimactic.
Yeah.
I want to just announce that it's been passed.
It is not. That was the one separation. We would have. We could, but no, we haven't. But that was the separation was Councilmember Purington's. Councilmember Purington, would you like to start off our discussion or motion or whatever you'd like?
Sure, thank you. And I'm probably one of those that I said, yes, it's a great plan and it's a good vision for Billings. And I'm also the one that I'm very concerned about the cost. In moving forward with this, there are times that I wish that we had had that community support, that we knew more specifically what that support is. I know there's some things in the background going on, but yet we still don't know. And for that 25% of our taxpayers here in Billings that are either handicapped, senior, or low income, to be able to pay for this large of an increase in their taxes, because it will go out, I suppose, as a bond, that they will pay. And so whether or not they can pay, I don't know. I'm not going to make another motion. I know this will pass with council members here. So I'm just saying that at this point, I will be a no vote.
Okay, further discussion. Councilmember Ripsis, Joy, Shaw.
Well, I was going to make a motion unless anybody else has questions. I would be honored to make the motion to approve item 1U, the conceptual design phase, final report of the Billings Multi-Generational Recreation Center.
Thank you. Second, Councilmember Joy? Okay. Did you want to speak to your motion or your
Just
second?
real briefly, just to again thank Dusty and A&E, everybody who's been involved from the Sabura, the Core Committee, Executive Committee, everybody who's shown up at these meetings, put pressure on us behind the scenes, and is now committed to helping us get this thing passed later this year. So thank you all for your hard work so far. There's lots more to go, but tonight's pretty exciting first step. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Joy?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. It does feel like it has been a long process, and it's not really anywhere. It's just a very beginning step, but ultimately, the voters get to decide whether or not this will be funded and how it gets funded. So I completely understand the reluctance to burden our property taxpayers, and it's also renters. Everyone in the community pays for services and taxes through pass-throughs by landlords. Everyone is a part of helping to fund this community. But ultimately, it's their decision. And our job is really not to decide for them, but to give them that opportunity to make that investment, that decision on the investment themselves. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Ripsis, can I ask for a friendly amendment, which was the proposed resolution adopting the conceptual plan had some typos in paragraph 2 and paragraph 3. Just needed some grammar help, some periods put in the middle and things like that. That's what's in the pink sheet that we've all seen. Are you willing to make that part of your motion as well?
I am, and I wonder if we might also want to have Dusty come up and just mention that the change to the plan financials that we noticed this past week. It's not part of the resolution, but we might also want to give him the opportunity to tell us some good news there as well.
Okay, I think that would be a good idea. We'll continue with council's comments later, but Dusty, did you have some update on this matter?
I do. Mayor and council, thank you. It's good news in that we had a mistake in the document, which I never liked, but we did catch, thanks to Councilmember Ripsis's keen eye, a math error that was determined to not be calculating all the cells correctly in one of the sheets. And after we'd gone through many iterations, Jeff King acknowledged there was one cell that was not adding properly in the revenue projections, and that actually increased the revenue considerably, bringing the cost recovery of the facility up to 85% as our baseline budget, which will tremendously impact that deficit that we need to cover every year. So really good news in that mistake was caught, and one of those one cell being left off of the summation on the spreadsheet. So that's really positive news. The range now is from 85% as our baseline, upwards of 90% best case, down to, I believe it was 78% worst case.
Okay, thank you for that information. I would amend the motion to prohibit Councilmember Ripsis from getting any sort of commission on this difference, however, in case he was thinking it. Okay. Okay, thank you for that update. Councilmember Shaw?
Yep, I just wanted to add, so for the people here for the rec center, I know sometimes our processes can seem really confusing. So where we're at tonight, if this passes, council will have adopted and approved the master plan for the rec center. But the next step is we have to come up with what would be on the ballot, and we have to adopt and approve that as well in the next few months. So just so you kind of know where we're at, it's not over, but it's a very, as Councilmember Ripsis said, it's a very positive, exciting first step.
Thank you. For Councilmember Owen?
Thank you, Mayor. I think I just want to sort of pick up on the thread from Councilmember Shaw. This is step one of what is a very long process. Ultimately, I do believe it's important to have big visions and do big things. We're the biggest city in the state, and we should act like it. So I'm going to be a yes on this plan. But I just want to be really clear with everyone in the community. I believe we can walk and chew gum, and in this case, we cannot let this incredible project trump the critical priority of public safety. We had yet another killing in this community over the weekend. We have a very serious issue. I believe council is capable of addressing both, but all of these things come with a cost, and I share Councilmember Purington's concerns about the impact on some of our fixed income and low income taxpayers. So we need to be cognizant of the fact that this is a step in making Billings the best place in the region to raise a family, which I think should be our goal. But we must have a safe community at the same time. We have to think about this project in the context of a safe and prosperous community, and it needs to be a project for the entire community. I am very concerned about wards like mine that lack recreation amenities for our youth, and I think we need to ensure that this conversation, as critical as it is and important it is a piece of a much larger vision for our community, but that we are at the same time being very cognizant of the fact that even people who want this may not be able to afford it. And we have to be really diligent in how we move forward here. I do believe ultimately it's a decision for the voters to make, but I will continue to push for a strong public safety strategy in conjunction, and I will continue to push to ensure that every area of our community is not being overlooked as we move forward. And I hope the community joins in that conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments on the motion? Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I really want to thank everyone for the working hard on this project. I think I've been involved with this quite some time now and realized early on that this was a very big project, but it didn't seem like it really fit the community as far as what was going on. I appreciate going back to the drawing board, bringing the project back, because I think I was one of the ones who said, you know, go big or don't do it at all, because if we're going to do this for the community, it needs to be what the community is going to use and bring this and make this a regional center. I think this plan does that. I am very concerned about the cost. At the same time, I think if we start seeing the community get together and donate like they've been saying they're going to donate and be supportive of it, like as the mayor talked about the Amen Park, there's been a lot of good organizations that have, and a lot of things have done in the city because of people volunteering and donating. It's not always on the backs of the taxpayer, and I think that if we see some of that happening, I think the burden will be less. We've already got some good news that's potential. Depends on what the state legislators allow through. There could be additional funding to help some of that burden. So we're trying, again, as everyone is saying here, this is going to be a long process. It's going to be a process that we have to fight and get things done in lots of different areas. And so as someone testified tonight, their kids are 8th grade, may not see this, and I think they're probably right, but it doesn't mean that it's not going to happen. It's just going to be some time. But keep involved in it. Keep bringing your ideas to it as far as fundraising and other different ways to raise funds for this, to get this done. So I will support this motion. I think it will go to the voters. It'll be up to the voters in the council now to put together a good package that the voters can actually utilize and put together that they're going to approve. And then we'll see what the voters have to say on it. So thank you.
Thank you very much for the comments. I'll just comment that, I guess by way of full disclosure, this is just part of a much larger problem we have of underinvestment in our parks. So before we had a discussion of the rec center, we were discussing our need to develop large regional parks in Billings that we have not done for 50 years. Also make significant improvements on capital projects at various parks around our community, spray parks here and there, other significant cost items. So if we do all of that together, in addition to expanding our trail system, those create increased operating costs. So because this is just part of a much larger lift, and I just want to not have any ambiguity that is part of, this is only part of a much larger need in our community, as well as replacing what will go away, which is our Park District 1, which is about 1/3 of the park's budget that the legislature terminated effective in 2024. You're already paying, if you're a property owner, about $3 million in total, a little over that, 3.6, 3.7. And so we're going to have to replace that. It wouldn't add to your total outgo, but if we don't replace that, that would be a devastating hit on our parks and on our Parks Department. So with that, are we ready to vote? Okay, so the motion is for approval of the plan with the changes to the language of the resolution. If in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Motion passes. There's 10 of us, so passed 9-1. Councilmember Purington voted in opposition. Thank you very much, and thank you for members of the public. Oh, I'm sorry. That's right. I forgot Councilmembers Tidswell and Tricky did not vote, so there were 9 of us, so 8-1. Thank you very much. Public, you're welcome to leave and just do it as quickly as possible and quietly. Or you could stay all night if you want. We'll,
You know how to clear around.
yeah, I guess so. Yeah. We'll hang tight for a minute or two and just let them get out. Okay, welcome back, everyone. We left off with our regular agenda. First item up will be item number 2. Denise, would you read item number 2?
Yes, Mayor. Public hearing and resolution for a street name change from South 46th Street West to Western Sky Drive, located at the southeast corner of King Avenue West and South 48th Street West. Staff recommends approval.
Thank you very much. Our Public Works Director, Debbie Melling, is our presenter this evening. So we will turn it over to to Debbie. And yeah. And then, yes, that's right. It's spreading. And we're done. This is a public hearing item, so we'll have an opportunity for public comment in just a few minutes. Debbie.
Okay. This is going to be pretty quick. I know you've got a big agenda tonight, but South 46th Street West, most of you know where that is, but south of King, west of Shiloh. And there is a area that's subdivided over there. A couple of years ago, they have developed portions of it, and they're hoping to change the name of one of the streets that goes into there. And there we go. So there's no lots currently addressed to South 46th Street, so it won't entail anyone changing their name. And the undeveloped lots, there may be some undeveloped lots eventually that will be on that, but they haven't developed yet. So you can see this is a street that goes down to the south and then turns west. This will not continue south. I did put on there where some development has already occurred and then other area is planned that is south of where the road turns. So that road is where it's going to be, so it'll turn. Part of the reason the applicant has requested that is with the existing facilities that are there now, people are having a hard time finding that location. So they're looking for that name change for that reason. And I believe they're here tonight if there's any questions. That was it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Do we have any questions for Rick? Are you the representative? You are? Okay, well, if you've got any comments, feel free.
Thank you very much, Mayor Cole, members of the council. And again, this should be pretty straightforward. Can you call that screen back up for me? Thanks. So the developers of that entire parcel, who are Tracy Hagan and Preston Lees right now, they're working on a project to the south, Western Skies Mobile Home Park, which will have no access or emergency access up that common lot line. There's a couple other parcels, multifamily, commercial parcel in there. Originally, and as it sits now, it's 46th, and it was originally called Kilimanjaro Way from the original street name. So they went to Western Sky because that was more representative of the subdivision name and able to find people. They now have that parcel just to the south of the cul-de-sac where they have developed and they have had trouble with people finding it. So we wanted to pursue having the entire thing called Western Sky, as that is the nomenclature used for the subdivision. As they've indicated, staff's looked at it and that kind of thing, feels that works fine. So ask for your approval here this evening. If you have any questions, be happy to touch on them.
Very good, thank you. Looks like we had a question. Councilmember Boyett.
Thank you. As a police officer, I would know where 46th and King is, but I may not know where 46th and Western Sky Drive is. Nicole, has the dispatch center or the police or fire or anybody said anything that derogatory towards the change of the street? Does it affect anybody?
No, we didn't have any concerns from anybody on the name change.
Thank you very much. Any other questions by council before we open it up for public hearing? Okay, we will then open the public hearing on item number 2. And again, there's a copy of the agenda back there on the card if anybody needs one. Is there any public comment on item number 2? If so, please come to the podium. Just tell us your name and address and ask that you keep your comments to 3 minutes. Any public comment on item number 2? No one's coming forward, so we will close the public hearing on item number 2. Back to council. Councilman Boyett.
Thank you, Mayor. Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken testimony, I move to approve the resolution for the street name change from South 46th Street West to Western Sky Drive as recommended by staff.
Thank you. Councilmember Purington makes the second. Any discussion on the motion? Before we proceed to a vote. Okay, we'll move to a vote. The motion is for approval. Item number 2, if in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay. Motion passes unanimously. Councilmember Tricky is not with us, as well as Councilmember Tidswell. That concludes item number 2. Item number 3 is the Vista West project. Denise, I'm going to ask you to read items 3A little I and 3A double I for the joint resolution for annexation and zone change, and then we'll talk a little bit about how we're going to work through this. Denise, go ahead.
Okay. Vista West, and this is a joint public hearing for annexation 2115 and zone change 1021. Resolution for annexation 2115 located south of Central Avenue and west of Shiloh Road. Staff recommends conditional approval. First reading ordinance for zone change 1021 located south of Bell Avenue and north of Rocky Vista Way and the Bannister Drain, generally located west of Shiloh Road. Zoning Commission recommends approval and adoption of the 10 criteria.
Okay, thank you, Denise. So, Council, this is a joint public hearing. So, after discussing it with staff, it's my understanding it's staff's intention to make a combined presentation dealing with both the annexation and potential zone change. That'll take 10, 15 minutes, something in that neighborhood. And then we'll turn it over to the developer's representative for no more than 10 minutes. And let's hold our questions until we've had both those presentations, in case your question is answered by the other presentation. And then we'll have an opportunity for your questions, and then we'll have an opportunity for public comment. And that'll be the public hearing on both the annexation issue and the zone change issue. So with that, our zoning coordinator, Nicole Cromwell, it's all yours.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I am wearing both hats this evening for Monica Plecker and myself. So Monica is available on Zoom if you have any very specific questions about the annexation or annexation agreement. Also, Debbie Melling will be presenting a couple of slides on the annexation agreement towards the end of the presentation. So this is a planned neighborhood development zone change process. It goes with any annexation of a parcel that's more than 10 acres. The previous application for this parcel was scheduled to be heard by you approximately 1 year ago when the applicant requested withdrawal and you granted that so they could rework their plan. But here we are tonight again to reanimate the annexation and rehear the zone change as updated by the applicant. So the annexation and the zone change are interconnected, and they have relationships to each other. One refers to the other throughout the documents. The annexation policy guides your action on petitions for annexation, and that's why we're having a joint public hearing, because the code allows that to happen. There's a development agreement or annexation agreement. There will be no presentation, but Debbie Melling is available for questions on the specifics of that annexation agreement. There is a ward boundary ordinance that requires a hearing, but we will not have a separate presentation on that. This property, if annexed, will be in Ward 5. So, here we go. The planned neighborhood development's zone change process puts the council in the driving seat, whereas prior to this zone change process we put into the code in February 2021, 2 years ago, the county often made these types of urban zone change decisions, and then the property was subsequently annexed to the city. So we changed the zoning so that those types of urban zone districts are not available in the county. You can only have urban zoning districts in the city. And when that property is a large piece of property, 10 acres or more, it has to choose more than one type of zone district. So the annexation can be phased. So if it's a very large property, it's 100 acres or more, they can phase the annexation, but the zone change decision is made at the time of the first phase of annexation. So while that land is sitting in the county, that zoning is not in effect, but once it comes into the city, we do another annexation agreement and we do another zone change ordinance to bring that zoning into effect. This provides predictability, plannability for every city department and division, and the city, of course, is making these decisions. Here's the subject property. The blue star indicates the parcel. It is Certificate of Survey 2828, tracks 1 and 2, and it is in the red area of annexation. In other words, it doesn't need an annexation map amendment to request annexation. To the north are parcels already in the city, including Legends West subdivision, Twin Pines development, and then to the east is the Emmanuel Baptist Church, and further east of Legends West is the Morning Star Assisted Living home. To the south is the St. Vincent's Healthcare subdivision, which is the location of the new Rocky Vista University, and Lenhart Square subdivision, which is undergoing a lot of development right now for multifamily apartments. Here's an overview of all of those locations, an aerial view, so you can see where this property sits in relation to the existing city limits and developments. The dashed lines on the screen here indicate future collector roads. So there will be a future, let's see, it probably goes better here. Future collector road here south from Central, and then Monad Road, which is now Rocky Vista Way, is under completion right now to connect Shiloh Road to Lenhart Square and to St. Vincent's. On the zone change side, the applicant requested on the second time around with this zone change that they have the ability to request a variance from you to not connect this new development to Bell Avenue or to OB Lane. The planned neighborhood development zone change process requires connection of existing streets to new streets, whether they're city or county. And that is in section 27804C of the city code. We accepted that request for a variance and requested that the applicant provide both a site plan and a concept drawing that shows the development with that variance and without that variance. Staff, not just planning staff, but staff including engineering, fire, and utilities, did not support that request for variance. However, the zoning commission, during its deliberations on the zone change, is recommending a variance from those connectivity requirements. They are also recommending approval of the zone change plan. This shows the existing surrounding zoning. So you have N2 zoning to the north, NX3 zoning, which is a mixed residential zone district for the Morningstar development. You also have rural residential 1 in Bell Estates to the east. You have public 2 for the church where Emmanuel Baptist is. And then both Lenhart Square and St. V's healthcare subdivision are planned developments. They have special zoning that is written just for those parcels. So here's the zoning plan without the variance and the proposed mix, which is acreage based here, so we can evaluate the mixture. If you recall from the last time, a lot of the open space was linear. It was not collected in a central feature that has been provided in this zoning plan. So the mixed residential 3 surrounds that central park area. There's also proposed to be N1 zoning that faces Bell Avenue, as well as bordering Bell Estates. This is without the variance. There's a full road connecting to Bell and a full road connection to OB Lane. The gross acres remain the same. It changes a little bit when you go with the variance. So as you can see, the N1 zoning increases because you're not dedicating right-of-way for those street connections, but everything essentially stays the same. This proposal would provide a fence or barrier wall between the backyards of these units and Bell Estates. The units proposed for the front of Bell Avenue would face Bell Avenue, but their vehicle access would be from the interior street. There would be a walking access between units here from the interior street out to Bell Avenue. There's also proposed to have a small tot lot there in the northeast corner of the property that would be open to all residents of the area. So this is without the variance. This is a concept plan. This is not a site plan that you're approving tonight. This is the concept that the developer provided, showing how that park area would lay out, how buildings potentially could lay out with parking. There's also shown here that there will be a linear stormwater management facility on the east side of the property that's adjacent to the church property to the east. The main access, without the variance, will be from Rocky Vista Way, coming this direction. And I don't know why I have the screen sharing thing covering the top of the screen there, but in any case, there would be a full vehicle access to Bell Avenue as well as OB Lane. This is with the variance. The zoning commission, as I said, did recommend approval of the variance 2-1. City staff still does not recommend it to you. So that is the primary difference. And as I said, this is just a concept plan. This is not something that you're acting on tonight. You would act only on the zoning plan and the variance request and the annexation. This is if you're standing at Big Pine Court, which is one of the main roads into Twin Pines subdivision. It's not really a subdivision, it's a master development, so these are private roads. And this is looking east on Bell Avenue. The subject property is to the right of the screen. And then if you're standing out on Bell Avenue, looking directly east on Bell, this is if you're looking west. So this is all still farm ground. It could potentially annex and zone change in the city. But right now, Bell Avenue ends here. Subject property is on this side of the screen now. This is if you're looking north across Bell Avenue, Twin Pines Lane, another access point into Twin Pines development. And then if you're on Big Pine and looking south across Bell Avenue. If you're out on the multi-use path on Shiloh Road where Bell Avenue connects to Shiloh, this is what you would see looking north. Morning Star is on the left. Shiloh Commons is on the right. If you're looking south on the multi-use path, and then looking west on Bell from Shiloh. So back to annexation, which you would act on first in the order of process. You can't change the zoning until the property is annexed. So the annexation is recommended to you. The city can provide those services adequately for the property. Public improvements within the area to be annexed will meet all city standards. There is a development agreement that goes through some of those details. The development would be done in compliance with the zoning and those site development regulations. And it does conform to the adopted Billings growth policy from 2016. Here's your 10 zone change criteria. Those are fully developed in your staff report as recommended to you by the Zoning Commission. One thing that happened on Friday is you received a valid protest against the zone change, which means that even after you annex the property, to approve the proposed zoning, you would have to vote 2/3 majority to approve the zoning. That does not apply to the annexation. It does not apply to the variance to connectivity. 2/3 majority this evening is 6 of 9 present and voting members to meet that 2/3 majority. So 45 of the 98 properties within the protest area. And the reason that that number is so high is because Twin Pines is a unit ownership. And under state law, unit ownership applies to the entire unit, not just to those units within 150 feet of the zone change. So every property owner in Twin Pines was included in that valid protest. Here's a map showing you where those protests came from. The pink diamonds on the screen are within the protest area for a valid protest, and the green are also signatures against the zone change, but outside of that valid protest area. We recommend that you hold a public hearing, a joint public hearing, and take comments on both the annexation and zone change and variance. act on the annexation, and then act on the zone change and variance. There's a couple of slides here that I'm going to leave up for Debbie Melling, who's going to talk to you about some suggested language for inclusion in the annexation agreement.
Thank you, Debbie.
So Mayor and Council, the annexation agreement is obviously a separate item, but we usually do these together because we answer some questions, hopefully. So on this one, the annexation agreement has conversation about access, as like Nicole alluded to earlier. And Mayor Cole asked us to look at language that we would put in that would help with traffic calming and some of those impacts on adjacent streets that we could mitigate through some engineering design and installation of different things. So we came up with this language. I emailed it to all of you today. The developer's agent did ask that we add a little bit of language in the beginning that says at the discretion and direction of the Public Works Department, just so they had us to coordinate all that with. And then that would apply to Legends Way, Twin Pines Lane, Obie Lane, and Bell Avenue, wherever we thought it was appropriate after looking at those traffic numbers for those to be installed. So, whoa, I thought there was one more. Okay, I thought there was one more slide, but I'll just go through this. That's the recommendation one, yeah. So on this one, I just wanted to give a little bit of preliminary, very preliminary information about the traffic because it's been a lot of the conversation. One thing to remember is that Shiloh Road is access controlled. So anybody that goes out Bell Avenue can't make a left on Shiloh. So that does impact a little bit of the way the traffic pattern works for egress from this development. Ingress, when people come back, they can turn on Bell and access that property. But the developer's agent did look at some of those numbers and what to expect. It's very preliminary, but the numbers on primarily on Bell Avenue coming back into the development. So I think there was something on the order of 800 vehicles per day. Again, very preliminary, but something like that. So there could be some things we need to look at on Bell Avenue just for the number of vehicles, looking at some traffic calming on that. Legends Way could have anywhere from 100 to 200 vehicles per day, according to the estimates, and that would probably warrant some kind of traffic calming as well. Both Twin Pines and Legends Way are built well. They have the curvilinear street, and there's parking on them, and people not parking on all of it, but parking on some of it, and they're built well to help keep those speeds down, but we could look at all of those when we see what's happening out there and what the traffic study actually says when it comes in final form. So we would recommend when you do the annexation agreement to use this statement if you want to add that sentence in there, that condition that we look at traffic calming on adjacent streets.
And that concludes our presentation. So I think you wanted to hold questions until the applicant.
Yeah, let's do that. Our applicant representative.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. My name is John Halverson. I'm a planner with Sanderson Stewart. Our address there is 1300 North Transtech Way, acting in capacity as agent of the applicant this evening.
And John, I'm just going to ask the clerk to start the timer so we can kind of keep track of your time.
Sure.
So work to keep your comments to around 10 minutes?
Yep.
Okay. That may be tough. We've got another way to do it. My trusty assistant. We're good. We'll let you know if we get up to them. Go ahead.
All right, covered that. So I just want to first start by saying that this application meets every criteria for approval that we have on the books before us. And while I don't have time to go through them all, our policy documents that guide us through this decision-making process do ask us to consider kind of 5 key themes as we make this decision. The first is compatibility, transportation, safety, fiscal impacts, and housing choice. So as we move through this presentation here, these are going to be kind of our wayfinding devices, and you're going to see those badges. Okay. Oh, it really went forward there. Okay. So larger context here, you'll see that our site is less than a quarter mile away from the Shiloh right-of-way, and that the Shiloh corridor that you see in color here is the story of a corridor that was once a county two-lane road, and through tremendous public investment became a limited access, controlled access highway. And that public investment that we all engaged in there created tremendous value up and down that corridor that is now today measured in the billions. And what you see in that color there is that there is a wide spectrum of uses and of intensity of uses and scale of uses up and down that corridor. Yeah? Okay. And at a district level, what you see here, the white hot center of that development energy that's happening there is at the intersection of King and Shiloh. And within that 1 mile radius there, we're about a half mile away from that intersection. And the development in that area would rival most downtowns in Montana today. And that larger scale, higher value development comes up right to the south boundary of our site there in the Lenhart Square multifamily development and the Rocky Vista University and St. Vincent's subdivision there to the south. But we also have some smaller scale development to the north and northeast of us there, and also some continuing ag use to the west. And this is just to illustrate that this area of town is still developing. Its character is not yet fully formed. And so some kind of transition is going to occur on this site as we develop it from that larger scale to that smaller scale development there. So this is the first development that we brought to the neighbors back in 2021. You can see here 2 access points to the north, 1 to the south, a pedestrian access to the east. And you can see here the transitional kind of area that abuts those existing neighborhoods. The neighbors said, please do not connect anywhere but to the south, and please minimize, a general opposition to multifamily uses in there. And so we said, okay, we're going to reduce the scale of that northern transition, but the code requires that we connect. So we took that to the zoning commission, and we got no recommendation. And we had a valid protest, some concerns about traffic on Bell, both from the neighbors and from the mayor at that time. And then we withdrew our application, came back a year later and said, okay, we heard you. We're going to have 2 access points to the south. We're going to reduce, again, the scale of our transitions that we're providing to those existing developments, and we're going to increase the depth of that transition to the north. We took that scheme to staff, and they said, no go, you need to connect, and you need to generate an alternative scheme that shows connections to those roads that is compliant, and you need to seek a variance. We did those things, and we also, again, increase the transitional depth there. So we took this to the zoning commission. All commissioners supported the land use that we proposed here. And what you'll notice is the only difference between these two, as Nicole mentioned, is the connections. Now, Commissioner White voted against that motion because it included the variance, and she was opposed to the variance. But the commission did also at that time recommend that we ensure future connection up to Bell Avenue. And so this is what we're bringing to you today. Again, we've increased the depth of the transition, that the area of NX3 on the site has actually gone from 74% when we initially brought it down to 53% now, 54%, excuse me. So a significant reduction in the amount of NX3 on the site, a significant increase in the area that we're providing for transitions. In our park area, we're providing nearly 3 times as much park area is required by code. And a great variety of housing in this development and stepping up in scale. And what you can see, this is a really important figure right here, this section cut through here. And what you see is that going from east to west from the Bell Estates, that RR1 zone allows 3-story structures. So we're actually stepping down in terms of height and bulk allowed in that N1 zone as we move into our site. and then back up to NX2, which is very analogous to that RR1. And we have almost an entire football field between the existing residential and the NX3. So very nearly meets that 300-foot requirement there. And then same deal from the north, that transition, a very deep 300-foot transition there between the existing uses and the proposed NX3 in there, a very gentle transition as we make our way through there. And this is the development that it would yield, kind of a look and feel image here that we've put together. You can see, again, just emphasizing the very gentle transition as we move up through compatible uses into the higher density workforce housing that is compatible in scale with the uses to the south and the larger scale uses indeed up and down Shiloh corridor there. This is our transportation network. We've talked about the variance and what it would do. Transportation. I think it's very important that we talk about where these streets would have traffic calming measures throughout that, when we talk about Bell Avenue being low volume and high speed right now, the speed part of that is what's dangerous. That it is within the power of everyone in this room tonight to increase volume on Bell Avenue and decrease speed and have better safety outcomes on that right of way. And so from a transportation choice standpoint, this is compact development, very close to existing job and commercial destinations there. And we have world-class pedestrian facilities up and down Shiloh in the form of that marathon loop. And we also have a mixed-use path along the north side of Monad there along our site. And so this is what would be accessible within a 10-minute walk for these people here. And there's a 20-minute walk there as well. And so when we talk about the CIP and how much money we're having to spend on our roads and stuff, this kind of compact development that our planning documents call for helps us control those costs. And so I want to, lastly, this is my last slide here, I want to introduce everybody to some friends of mine. This is the Median household. This is my buddy Marty Median and his wife Martha Median. Marty is a mechanic and Martha is a medical student at Rocky Vista University. And being the average American household that they are, they move every 7 years, and this year they're moving. So they're sitting down and they're looking at their finances and trying to say, what kind of housing can we afford in Billings right now? And they look at their finances and they see that their two biggest line items in their budget are housing and transportation. Like the average Billings household, they spend nearly 20% of their household income on transportation. And they would like to buy, sure. But they look at the average purchase price in Billings and the mortgage payment they would have would take up 52% of their income. And so they look around at the median rental price in Billings and they see that it would be about half that. And so, Martha, she says, if we lived close to my medical school, we could reduce our transportation cost. And she looks at that and you see that, depending on when you look at these websites for this housing around here, there's a wait list for a lot of those 1 and 2 bedroom units. So I've used a little levity here and a little narrative license to illustrate how important housing choice is for working families in Billings right now. You get down the road and little Marty Jr., he's a few years on and he needs braces. Your ability to absorb that kind of cost is severely reduced if you're paying 52% of your income for your housing. And so this is why there is a compelling public interest in meeting the growth policy statements in our document that tell us that transportation and housing choice are important for our city right now. And that's my presentation.
Very good. Thank you very much.
15 seconds.
You got 15 seconds left if you'd like to.
We comply with all criteria.
Yeah, okay. All right, very good. Thank you. Council, this is your opportunity for questions for staff and our presenter, Councilmember Purington.
Thank you, John. Just a quick question for you. You have the household income now at 67.4. Is that accurate for Billings?
So that is 2021 data adjusted for inflation.
Gotcha.
So that's assuming that they've received a cost of living adjustment.
Okay. Thank you. So Nicole, my question for you is, Bell and Obie are in the county, correct?
No.
Just
Bell
Obie.
Avenue is annexed to the city limits. A portion of the south side of Bell Avenue to the east of this property is not fully within the city limits. It's still a county right-of-way. So it doesn't have all of the nice amenities that are on the north side of Bell, like a sidewalk and curbs and gutters. But Obie Lane is a county dedicated road to the public.
Are those houses in the county, though? Or
Yes,
the-
they're home. That whole parcel of Bell Estates is in the county.
So, follow up, Mr. Mayor?
Please.
So now with this project coming to the west of that, it's being encompassed into annexation. So will those folks eventually have to be annexed into the city?
Typically, a wholly surrounded parcel that is not zoned to agriculture or used for industry or golf course can be quote-unquote forced to annex to the city, but generally the city does not do that.
No, yeah, I understand that.
But if, for example, all of their wells were contaminated, they could ask for annexation to the city, and we would have the service stub lines there to provide that to them if we provide that connectivity.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions for staff, Councilmember Rowan?
I had a question for the developer, Mayor, if that's all
Sure.
right. Whomever, John, Rick, whoever would like to take a couple questions.
Sure.
So it's clear to me that you've put a lot of thought into this. You've put some nice amenities in there. There's a clubhouse, there's a pool, there's some parks, all that's great. What I don't understand in these planned neighborhood developments, so please just educate me, is why we don't see commercial in here. Why do these folks not get a coffee shop or a small market or a dry cleaner or something that would help, tennis, that would help reduce our traffic demand a little bit? I mean, right now they're going to have to drive to almost everything. So why not commercial in these planned neighborhood developments?
So the reason in this specific planned neighborhood development is that there is a preponderance of commercial destinations directly to the south within about a 10-minute walk of our development here, that there is going to be like a Starbucks on the corner of Monad and Shiloh there. And so competing with what is already a very, established commercial area.
On the church side? I'm sorry, just to,
Sorry, on Rocky Vista, so on our side of, right in there, there's gonna be a Starbucks right there. So, and a lot of it is that, the developer is a residential developer.
so I guess that's what I'm trying to understand. Is it just a preference of developers, or does it not make sense to do some walkable retail or restaurant or commercial in these PNDs?
In this instance, we would expect there to be quite a bit of walkable retail in that development just to the south of us. And that it would just not make sense financially for this developer to undertake that.
And then one more question, Mayor?
Please.
I just want to clarify, every unit in here is a rental. There's no condoing, there's
Correct.
no opportunity for ownership.
Correct. I mean, this is the zone change, so technically it's not part of that, but
Right.
yeah, it is rental. And I'd be happy to talk about SEPTED if you wanted to as well.
Yes, my goodness, thank you for reminding me.
Okay.
Go for it.
Right
Tell
now?
us,
All right.
yes, right now.
Okay. So you can see here that, part of our new zoning code is really designed very well in congruence with SEPTED, requiring windows on the fronts of buildings, those kinds of things. And our primary park space is fronted on all sides, that we'll have eyes all over that thing all the time. And so you have a lot of public spaces that are very well observed, that it's kind of like a stage for public life.
And so what about lighting?
Lighting, I think, will be part of the SIA.
Okay, thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Councilmember Neese and Councilmember Ripsis.
Thank you, Mayor. I have some of the same concerns, I think, when I looked at this, but I want to say I appreciate your transitions, because I think that was part part of the issues that I had the last time this was before us, that there just wasn't that transition between, the low density to high density. I think you've done a good job of bringing that, and I think that's what we're talking to you about. I think was very helpful. I am concerned about how we build a lot of high density without any kind of commercial. I mean, there's, whether it's, and by the way, I said a dentist, not tennis, but but the services like that the typical people are going to have. So there's no opportunity for commercial development there. So we have Shiloh as all the great commercial, but we don't have, any kind of east-west commercial development. And I think this is a great opportunity where whether or not you are able to, specialize in building residential or commercial or not, but I think we as a city have to realize that how do we want the streets developed and how do we want the neighborhoods developed? And I think commercial in that area is very important to start going east-west, not always north-south. And we have that difficulty up in the Heights. Main Street is commercial. There is very little, if any, commercial going east-west or off of Main Street. There's a little bit starting, but it's very difficult. And so I think when we have the opportunity, I think we need to make sure that we are looking at that type of commercial development. So is there any, was there any discussion about doing commercial? I know you mentioned the Starbucks there and things like that, but is there any information as far as how commercial development could be added to this project if needed?
At the pleasure of the council.
Councilmember Neese, can we have Rick Luthville? Go ahead, Rick, go ahead. You can, if you got something, go ahead.
This is an important question, very, very important question. And as you said, John did a wonderful presentation with regard to the development itself, but I've had 38 years of experience with developers throughout the community and throughout other regions and states. So one of the things that drives commercial development, obviously, is whether the commercial business can make a profit, can make a living. And one of the great things about our old neighborhoods, turn of the century neighborhoods, was that a corner market could exist there and they could sell to those couple 4, 5, 6 blocks and be able to make their payments. They usually lived upstairs of the business. It worked well for them. When you start to talk about, and I don't know if we can go to one of the, oh. John's got a lot of slides. Oh, there we go. That one's a good one, probably. So as you talk about land development and transects, how far it is to walk to various different services. Do you walk to transportation? Do you walk to commercial businesses? And how do you then generate a profit in those businesses to take care of the rooftops? You hear a lot of developers talk about, I'm not going to go there until there's rooftops. That Albertsons out at 54th took a long, long time because the rooftops are just getting there today to deal with driving a profit for that business. And the nice thing about this, and again, I don't have the exact slide, but John had shown you a couple of circles. The 1 mile circle, that's an important transect circle for development, residential development. Because if you can walk, think about how far you walk in a mile, 20 minutes. So if you're a half a mile, halfway across that, it's about a 10-minute walk. That's usually what we try to trigger with regard to getting to those local services and that kind of thing. And you need to have a number of rooftops. And so the density that's occurring around this intersection is what's driving developers to be able to put residential there, and it's driving developers to fill out Shiloh Crossing and Montana Sapphire and the commercial projects that are down at the lower end of Lenhart. There's a meshing together of those things that need to occur. One of the excellent studies, and for this council, if you want to talk to the McCalls with Annafeld and Josephine, they have commercial nodes built into their projects. I think they were 3 or 4 years in housing development before they did that little commercial center on the corner. And they won't put a convenience center down there yet because they don't have enough rooftops yet to support it. It's easier for somebody to get in their car. So to your comment, Councilmember Owen and Councilmember Neese, this is and does meet that criteria for walkability. It doesn't have to have that shop right in the main floor. It doesn't have to have a nail salon there. It doesn't have to have a coffee, but it's within 10 minutes walk into that surrounding area in order to get those services. So like I live on Monad Road on Stonegate Circle. I routinely walk to the Albertsons over on Central and 24th. That's a 10-minute walk for me. I walk to the mall. I walk to those services that are there, as opposed to getting in my car and driving over. So that's how that plays together. So thank you very much for your
Okay, thank you, Rick.
Thank you.
And Councilmember Neeson, Councilmember, I'll just comment that Lenhart Square is also a planned unit development, and it does contemplate commercial. This is all Lenhart Square here. And so down on the south end against King, is supposed to be mixed-use commercial with some upstairs residential. It's not right next door, of course, but it's kind of within striking distance, and you don't have to cross Shiloh or King to get to it. Councilmember Neese, if you were done, Councilmember Ripsis.
Yeah, thank you. So, John, Rick, I want to thank you. Like Councilmember Neese said, the transitional zones here are much better than in prior iterations, and so thank you. Those little tweaks, I think, will make a big difference. But I'm kind of curious if you've ever taken any pedestrian counts of people in Lenhart Square walking over to Shiloh Crossing, or even people in Olympic subdivision right across from King walking over there, or in Golden Meadows just east of Shiloh Crossing, which is closer than your proposed development and doesn't require crossing a single road. I'm curious if you've taken any of those counts and if you had to use two hands when you did.
He's going to jump to a slide for me, and I'm going to answer. No, we have not. And from an intuitive standpoint, we live in Montana. My mom gets in her car and drives from Walmart to Home Depot, and we've got to break that trend. And people like John are coming forward and saying, let's work with our bike folks. Let's work with our pedestrian folks. To Mayor Cole's point, let's work with green space areas so that they walk. Again, I live on Stonegate Circle. I walk to Shields when I go. So yes, I'm one of those pedestrians who walks out there. Now, I won't do it on a snowy day, but it's a trend of Montanans. I was born and raised a Montanan, and it is a trend that we need to embrace. And our office in Bozeman does a lot with pedestrian activity and that kind of thing. Some of the other communities are very, very forward with that kind of activity and how they support it. And like we heard earlier today about parks and how we embrace those things for the people we want to have move here and live here. And so, no, we haven't done a pedestrian study. Yes, everything that we study says that if you build density within commercial like that, you'll get folks who go there. Some of the projects I work in Colorado, they don't give you any place to put your cars. Now, this is a new trend here. We've done some things with parking studies and parking numbers and that kind of thing, but they have purposely said, we'll let you put 300 apartments in here with no parking consideration, because we want people to walk to stuff. We want them to use mass transit. We want them to force that issue. That's a governance consideration as you go forward. So to answer the question, thank you.
Follow-up, Councilmember Ripsis.
Thank you. Yeah, and so I'm all on board with that. We do need to be doing that. But we are only talking about residential density. And the problem out in this area isn't residential density, it's commercial density. And crossing major roads like King and Shiloh. We don't have any good way to do that. People aren't comfortable doing it. So when you take high density residential and you put it out near low density commercial, you're going to get very low walkability. And that's what we've got. I mean, this area, the way it's developing, isn't going to change. Why should we continue putting high density residential? And when I'm talking about high density, I'm talking about maximum density, right? I'm not talking about sixplexes, fourplexes, eightplexes, those types of things, which are higher density, which absolutely we need. But I'm talking about maximum density. Why? And putting all those things out there like we are along King and like we're proposing here along Rocky Vista, that's backwards. We need to be putting that closer into our core, closer to higher density commercial development where we actually will walk. Because right now, this is just going to be another development where it's not in a walkable location. So why put that maximum density here? Other than which I get, basic economics. It's low land cost.
Yeah. And I would, and I've always enjoyed open discussion and dialogue. And a lot of times I come to a position where I agree to disagree on certain things. And I feel that I have that situation, gracious-based situation with the council. So Councilmember Rupsis, I would be contrary with regard to the discussion of, which button do I hit for? Red one? So when you say low-density commercial, Shiloh Crossing, the Newtown Pump here, the stuff in Montana Sapphire, Shiloh and King is arguably one of the busiest commercial centers, intersections in the state of Montana. When you look at the numbers, when you look at the hard numbers and that kind of thing. So when you talk about Billings, Montana, and commercial development and wanting to put rooftops by that commercial stuff, by all means, you should be putting it here. Now, when you talk about other locations, like where I grew up on Poly, and the Poly Food Basket has tried desperately to stay alive for years and years and years, is we need to seriously look at our zoning code, which this new code does allow for that kind of mixed integrated use. But it's the same kind of thing. If I come and want to put a new commercial center in Rocky, the Rocky University campus by the tower there, I'll tell you, we'll fill the chambers with folks who are against a commercial corner there. I remember when that happened, when we dealt with the granary and the commercial business there. But they desperately need, when you talk about these areas that are food deserts, they need these little Poly food baskets throughout the area, and yet we can't support a little bakery along Poly Drive. We can't, because we don't have folks who walk to that. We don't have enough of that kind of stuff happening in the interior sections. So this is, in my estimation, high-density commercial with high-density residential. It meets that component of those things that mesh together. I would love to see us be able to, in some of our existing communities where we've seen the little grocery store go away, to allow those people to double and triple their size so that they can service that area and survive with that particular location, because we don't have that right now. We don't have that right now. Thank you there, Jens, for the comment, though. I appreciate it very much.
Okay, thank you. Good 30,000-foot observations. Councilmember Shaw.
Thank you. I have a question for John, if I can ask you. Where did the idea for this variance come from? Did that come from the developers, or was that all community feedback? I'm really struggling with that, especially as we talk about connectivity. Having a road that just dead ends doesn't make any sense to me. So can you elaborate on that, please?
We pursued the variance as a concession to the neighbors.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mary. Actually, to that question, because maybe I didn't understand you correctly when you said if you can go to the map of what you brought or bringing to us tonight, and I know that this is a zone change. We can't rely on the building and stuff, but the roadway, are you saying you are connecting it, or you never will connect it? I thought you said that there was opportunity for in the future to connect the roads.
That was the zoning commission's recommendation, was that the council secure through the annexation agreement the ability to dedicate that in the future.
In the future, so then you would not be able to, even though it would be is it N2 or N1 up there, you would not be able to build within those
Correct.
areas. Is
Correct.
that what you're saying? I see. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for developer or staff before we open for public comment? Okay, thank you very much. Have a seat. Thank you, everybody in our audience. Appreciate your patience. This is a public hearing, so we're going to open up for public hearing now. This is both going to be technically on our resolution for annexation, so the question of whether to annex or the zone change. So if you'd like to comment, please come to the podium. Just ask to keep your comments to 3 minutes or less, and tell us your name and address up front.
Rick Luthold with Sanderson Stewart, and again, I didn't want to belabor that presentation and stuff, but Councilmember Neese brought up an important point, is that, and that's why I've got this up here, a little gray hair over the years. So if you remember, this was a 3-stage process. Originally, there was a project proposed here, and there was no Monad Road at that point in time. It was for a variance, and it was turned down. A year ago, we were here, And we proposed it with limited access, what I call a hybrid access. Nothing to OB Lane, but access to Bell Avenue. And there was a lot of concern from the neighbors about accessing Bell Avenue. We understood that that was a possibility we could look at, and we pursued that, which brought us back to the development that we've shown you here tonight. The land use is in accordance with the with land use code. The accesses here, as we've talked this through with staff, is we brought it forward, one, with asking for a variance, because that is what the neighbors had asked us. You know, their input was, we don't want people on Bell Avenue. So we brought that forward, asked for a variance. Through staff's presentation, they said, well, our code asks for connectivity, and we believe in connectivity. We believe in that. So we're bringing them both forward from that standpoint. So we have the land use. The annexation is coming forward to you tonight with the ability through the annexation agreement to either allow for connectivity and follow the code, to not do any connectivity and put that in the annexation agreement and have a variance, or to look at a hybrid, seeking the wisdom of this group here tonight on what you want and how you want that to look. So we've had a lot of good support from folks with regard to the project. Again, I think there was even something in today with regard to the Big Sky EDA and the chamber and the realtors and the home builders. We need the housing. We need that choice that's allowable there. We've had Kevin Heaney, who's here with us tonight, if there's any questions. We've gone through and checked our T's and checked our I's with regard to how it fits the code. So we're very hopeful that one of those alternatives, Councilmember Neese, fits with the aspect of how you might see to take that forward. So that's it for me. Thank you very much, folks.
Thank you very much. Next.
Thank you, Mayor Cole and council members and staff. I'm Steve Simonson, 2021 Overland Drive. I'm here on behalf of the Billings Association of Realtors as Government Affairs Director. We have written a letter of support, and one of the things that John didn't mention is his active engagement with the West End Task Force, and that's where I came across the project. Through a public process, that meeting was advertised. We had a lively discussion. John and I have actually met a couple of times to talk about the need for workforce housing, and we continue to support this project. And I want to commend John for following the process that he did, and we feel that there's a need for this. And I am concerned about the protests that came up on Friday. We had written a letter to the Zoning Commission back in December supporting this project. We continue to support this project, and I'm curious about the timing on the protest. So thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Hey, good evening, Mayor, Council members. My name is Jeff Canning. I reside at 3230 Country Club Circle. I'm here tonight to speak in favor of the annexation and the zone change. I think what John has presented tonight shows their effort through the last year and a half to meet with neighbors, to listen, to make adjustments and move ahead. And developments like this, I think, are one of the reasons that we are really better off in Billings. Some of the numbers that John presented about the cost of housing, most of us seen the numbers. The average rent in Bozeman for a one-bedroom place is over $1,700 a month, and it's less than $850 here in Billings. So we need housing like this. We need those housing choices. I have a young staffer that moved here last June and started working with this. He wasn't able to move into a place until December. He was on a 6-month waiting list to find a place to live, even yet. And he moved in next door to this proposed project. And so I know with projects like these, there's some concern about development and the location of retail, but we do a lot of work in that area with the SCL subdivision stuff. And there's more stuff coming, like you heard tonight, with the new Starbucks coming. So I urge you to support this project. I think it is a very good thing for Billings. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. My name is Terry Kaufman. I live at 110 Big Pine Court in Billings, and I'm here in opposition to this plan. Density is not a, density is a descriptor, not a plan.
The design of this project is excessive considering the size of the land where it is proposed to be built. The design stat sheet stated that 582 rental units will be constructed. If all of the apartments are filled, approximately 1,000 people at least will inhabit this small area. The number of cars traveling through the area will increase by at least 582, and realistically more than that. On your inspection of the area, which I'm sure you all have done since you will be voting on this project, you will surely noticed the large amount of apartments already built or that are being built just 1 or 2 blocks west of the area. A plan includes consideration of neighboring areas, school populations, and life-supporting structures such as grocery stores. The schools in the area are already overcrowded, and there are no grocery stores within walking distance. Project presenters would like us to believe that people will walk to amenities, will not park outside of their complex, and will not drive through existing neighborhoods to access Central Avenue. We all know that these scenarios are unrealistic. The developers have every right to build on this land, we know that. I would like to see a project plan more in line with the existing size of the land and the reality of the area. Please do not approve this project as proposed. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor and City Council members, for this opportunity to talk. I was going to paint a Rockwellian picture of my neighborhood because it is a great neighborhood. To me, it's the core of what Billings should be. We have neighbors that care about each other. We have kids that actually play in the street. We have a lot of great things in the neighborhood.
And
I live in Legends Way.
And just a reminder, we need your name and address.
Yeah, my name is Toby Erickson, and I live at 4142 Banbury Place. So I live on the corner of Legends Way and Bell Avenue. Okay? As we come into our neighborhood, you know, the pace of life slows down. When I come down Shiloh every day after work, I feel like I am playing a game of chicken every time I go through the roundabout with all the cars and the rate at which the traffic goes through there. But as soon as I turn off Central Drive onto Legends Way, I feel myself calming down. I feel that sense of community and slow down and unplug from the hustle and bustle of my everyday life. That's what a home is. That's what home is all about. The kids that play in the neighborhood, they play in the street. There's basketball hoops up there. There's all kinds of things that go on in that neighborhood. We're now talking about putting a huge number of cars that would cut through that neighborhood that would completely destroy that fabric of the neighborhood. I have sent off numerous letters. I was one of the main organizers on the protest petition. I sent a cover letter with a lot of points that went to the 10 criteria of why this was a good fit. We also made the presentation in front of the planning board and went through that whole process. Today, sitting here listening to this, I kind of feel like I'm at a David Copperfield show where watch my one hand while the other hand does this. You know, my concern is that I'm hearing the death rattle of home ownership in Billings. The new American dream appears to be, let's move to Billings so we can move into an apartment house and live there forever and never have the experience of home ownership. Okay? It's supply and demand. Right now, everything that's being approved is this type of dwelling where we end up building these huge multi-complex units. And all this is being done in order to optimize the profit for the single developer. This development is going to generate $10.5 million per year, even at the lowest rate of Marty and Mary. Okay? If they make a 10% margin on that, that's $1.5 million a year that's going in the pocket of the developer. What about the rest of us people that have worked hard, bought our homes? We're going to have to live with the traffic. We're going to have to live with the higher density population. We're going to have to live with all this other stuff. I've got 2 seconds left. My concern is that if we approve this process and if we tie it to Bell, that somebody on the corner of Bell is going to die because there'll be so much traffic coming out of Bell going on to Shiloh at a high rate of speed that you're going to kill somebody. And to continue down this path is going to be wrong. And I request that you not allow this high of a density population to go into that small section of land, move it down to a lower rate of like 300 units. That is a much more reasonable amount of individuals that we're trying to pack into that area. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Michael Henthorn, 4160 Bell Avenue, AKA Mikey, they call me over there. That's hard to follow, I'm sorry. And I don't have 38 years of experience of standing in front of people and talking to them. So I'll just read what I got here. Pretty much everything that Toby said. Thank you for your time and listen to us. We've come to speak on behalf of many neighbors who couldn't be present. We believe in the growth of Billings, but recently we've seen the growth from single housing to extra large apartment complexes. What has happened to the dream of owning your own home and protecting your investment? I would like to see this area used for single homes, but seems the little guy thoughts do not matter. So at least let the only exits, if this variance passes, be onto Monad, as Bell and Obie Lane will not handle the traffic as they are both too narrow as a residential area of retired and family residents. And only road north is through Legends because Twin Pines and Bell or Bonaventure Avenue are private exits. And it is already hard to convince people traveling down Bell as it's a 25, not a 35-mile-an-hour street. So for the sake of our neighborhood, I would like to see all the exits of the complex, if it happens, south to Monad and no exits to either Obie Lane or Bell Avenue open to the subdivision. So in closing, like I said, I am not used to talking in front of people. I probably got a 0 in 101 speech and communication, so I appreciate your time and hope we look forward to passing it to single home dwellings. Thank you.
Thank you. Excuse me. Yeah, we really can't have clapping after everyone, so let's stop that, okay? Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Bailey Desper. I reside at 540 Sudan in the Heights. I am asking for the approval of this project for affordable housing because I myself have combated the issue regarding homelessness in our city. It is a rat race looking for affordable housing in our city. And as a member of this community for 30 years, I was raised in this community. I graduated from West High School in 2012. I deserve to be a part of this community as well. And I ask for the approval of this multi-dwelling project to make a more affordable housing for not just Billings' existing residents, but for the future to come. And that's what I have.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Melissa Smith. I live at 1335 Naples Street, which is up in the Heights. And I am asking for the council to support this plan, all aspects of it. I have lived in towns smaller than 500 people and in cities that are millions of people, and I've lived in all manner of housing. One of the things that I am proud to have taught my children from personal experience is no matter where you live, all families are the same. We all enjoy our community. We all are neighborly to each other, whether we're in single homes or apartments or condos. So I would like to reassure the concerns that this type of a development would not foster that type of community. I absolutely know that it would. I love and appreciate all of the questions and the comments and the concerns that the city employees and that this council has pressed to the developers and the proposal for this. I think it has brought out a lot of problem solving that our growing city absolutely has and needs to resolve very near in the future. My kids are almost grown and, sorry, stage fright. My kids are almost grown. I think about how I'm gonna launch them every day almost, especially my oldest kid. And the fact of the matter is, they have nowhere affordable to go right now. I literally have near adult children living in my basement, and having more housing choice in our city would keep them closer to home. Yay! And build our economy and replenish our workforce. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Council Mayor, thank you. Wesley Dunn, 832 Dorothy Lane, Heights, Montana. So I have no idea what all this is, but I would have to say what I am hearing is public safety. That's what I'm hearing is public safety, and it's screaming it. So since I have a voice and I have a vote, I'm going to vote no on this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Amber Dunn, Dorothy Lane. You guys always talk about safety. I'm with him on this. I'm all about building Billings, considering I'm not even from here. And I am all for you guys bringing people in here for apartments, townhouses, whatever. But do these apartments require background checks first before you can rent them? Because you already have a crime problem here. And if you're just going to bring more people in here with more crime problems, then these people are going to have problems with crime like we do every day of our lives. I'm sure you don't want all of them up here talking about crime. I say don't go for this based on you can't fix your crime with the people you have. Stop bringing in more right now.
Thank you.
Jacqueline Garcia, Dorothy Lane. So I have a question. I didn't quite see the slide. How much is this supposed to be for a 2-bedroom apartment? Was it 1,700 that I saw the wait list for? How's $1,700 affordable housing? I would like to know that. Because $1,700 for a 2-bedroom apartment? Who says that's affordable? Yeah, someone said Bozeman. Move to Bozeman. A lot of Montanans can't afford that. That's $32 an hour what they're projecting someone makes. $32 an hour. That's probably both parents working. We talk about the moral fabrication of our society's deteriorating. Both parents working, kids are left in daycares, kids are left to fend for themselves. How can $32 an hour sound like affordable housing to the blue-collared working class? How many mechanics start out at $32 an hour? I can tell you because my son was going to school for it. Not many. You have to work your way up. It's not fair. And walking across Shiloh, it is scary. Why? How do I know? Because those lights come on, people stop. We stopped. The person behind us got rear-ended really bad because of the roundabout. We need to make it more accessible for everyone. And how many people are really going to be walking in the snow? I'm not going to take my kids out in the snow to walk to the store. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Eric Schmidt, 2915 2nd Avenue South, number 205, Billings, Montana 59101. Thank you very much. I'm glad to be here in support of the plan for multifamily housing, or like I like to call it, multi-residential as well. And a variety of housing types supports a variety of people. It in turn supports a variety of businesses, making a more robust, resilient, and thriving economy. If we can't support a variety of people, if we have to stick everyone into a single family house, we're going to be stuck with the roundup problem where the only housing is single family housing that is deteriorating, falling apart, and the population is turning, with much due respect, entirely to gray. So in order to combat that, we need to have a variety of housing types, recruit additional people. I am trying to recruit more staff for my small business, and one of the key things that I need is to have housing in order to launch them on their career, helping to enrich and revitalize and enable Billings. So with more housing, I can do that a little bit easier, and we can connect them to this great and wonderful community. As for connectivity, what I've been hearing today is the risks of driving. Absolutely, there are incredible risks to driving. And what I've also heard today is the concerns of my neighbors across the city. And what routinely comes to mind is not the risk on driving on Bell Avenue or Obie. The risk is on Shiloh. That's where you're going to get creamed. That's where I hate riding my bicycle and walking, because I know that people drive. And I've been looking around. I haven't seen Chief St. John here, so I think we can all admit that we probably drive a little too fast on Shiloh. It is a 45, but I know most people go about 50. So just for comparison, the risk of a serious injury when driving at 40 miles an hour is about 15% if you're in a collision. The risk that most people drive on Shiloh of a serious condition, right, serious injury, is 59% at 50 miles per hour, the speed that most people drive. So when we talk about risks, the risk isn't the people driving at 20 miles per hour on Bell or connecting to this great new variety of housing neighborhood. It's going to be at Shiloh. So let's address that as the safety concern and the problem, and let's support the economy and new people coming to Billings with this housing project. A small anecdote about connectivity. My parents recently moved to a lovely little neighborhood, single-family house. It's third of a mile away from my sister and my niece and my nephew. They unfortunately have to drive through a maze, sort of like this, if it didn't have connectivity to get to each other's houses. They cannot walk to each other, right? It's a third of a mile. They should be able to, my niece and nephew should be able to visit grandma and grandpa. Instead, they have to drive on a 20 mile per hour road. They have to drive on a 35 mile per hour road. They have to hit a 45 mile per hour road to drive over 4 miles to make the connection to go a third of a mile. Let's make connectivity. Let's connect families and think of the people that we can connect with these neighborhoods. Think of those amazing connections that we can have and how children can connect through these neighborhoods and meet their school friends there as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Cole, members of the council. My name is Margie Bonner. My address is 4610 Silver Creek Trail. I'm here, I'm a member of the Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee, and I'm your representative on that committee. Together with me is Joan Shy, also a member of that committee. We as a committee have looked at this issue, that is the variance issue. We are here to recommend that you deny that variance. As was stated, basically our ordinance requires connectivity, and only with this variance can you change that. We would join in objecting to that variance, the staff, the police, the fire, and utilities. Part of our duties or job are to advocate for connectivity with trails, walkways throughout the city to provide safety for the citizens of our city. And we look at this variance as a hindrance to the connectivity between the neighborhoods in this area. With the variance, basically, children living across a backyard fence would not have any connectivity. And just as the gentleman just talked about, having to go great distances to just get to someone around, along the backyard. Another area that we are tasked with addressing is the access to public transportation. And by cutting off Obie Lane and Bell Avenue, again, if you look at the map of the Billings bus system, the intersection of Central and Shiloh is kind of a convergence point between bus routes. And by cutting off these connections, people either wishing to ride their bicycles and put them on the front of the bus, which is a great asset to have here, or to walk to the bus would have to go out of their way a great distance to get there. And so based on those things, we're asking that you deny the variance. Thank you.
Thank you. Go, if
Yeah,
you've,
I'm Joan Shy. I concur with what she said, and along the same lines, I think the idea of no variance is the best, but that, traffic calming along Bell Avenue is something to really look at. Thank you.
thank you.
Lisa Moen. I live at 4160 Obie Lane. So I've heard a lot of people talk about how we need high-density housing, and this project is a good project. I'm not sure if anyone's taken a drive around the west end of Billings, the huge developments that are going on just west, well, I guess it would be southwest of this development. There's actually, they're in all stages. They have from the very beginning to where it looks like they're completing, but a lot of those apartments aren't even occupied yet. As far as the two ladies just before saying no variance, obviously I would like a variance. I've lived there 18 years, and I got to tell you, I keep hearing about walking. I've not seen a single one of my neighbors walk anywhere to get to the commercial property that they are saying other people would be willing to walk. Again, I live in a neighborhood that I love. My neighbors, myself included, take very good care of our home. I personally don't want to see this development right at the end of my street, which I would. So I would ask for the variance. And like I said, if you think this development needs to go through, go have a look at all the other developments that are already happening in Billings. And as far as affordable, I don't know, they've already told us that it is going to be market rent. It's not a low, like a subsidized housing of anything. So I don't know if it's affordable to the average person or not. But again, I would ask that you deny this development. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Roger Furman. I live at 191 Legends Way, which is on the corner of Legends and Bell. And I guess I would ask some of these people that have spoken in support of this, have they driven down Bell? Have they driven down Bell in the morning when Morningstar staff are parking? You cannot pass two vehicles safely at that time. The city said that, looking at the study, there would be 800 cars that potentially would go down Bell. 200 down Legends Way. That's 1,000 cars a day going by my house that's not there now. You know, who in here wants 1,000 cars a day going past your house? We've heard a lot of talk about walking and, that's fine in Colorado. In Montana in the wintertime, you get in your car to drive across the street. 9 months of the year is not walking time in Billings, Montana. In terms of transportation, you look at Monad, you look at all of the highest density area in Montana, to my understanding, is between King, just south of King, and up to Monad. The highest density in the state of Montana. And you've got two feeders primarily, King and you've got Monad. Monad is 2 lanes, one in each direction. The roundabout at Shiloh and Monad is 1 lane for east-west in terms of feeding Monad to go further east. The traffic already on Shiloh is unbelievable, particularly in the mornings during rush hour. You have approved Costco just down the street on Shiloh. When that opens, you've got all of Billings Heights that are going to come down Zimmerman, Shiloh. Everything is going to feed down Shiloh. One of the things I would encourage is a saying I have, is to play the movie. When we go to a movie and we start at the beginning, how often the end of the movie is totally different than what we see at the beginning of the movie. I ask you, when you look at the density we've put into this area, in 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, what is that area going to look like? When that developer decides to sell and you have a venture capital company coming in from California or China that buys that property, and their motivation is maximization of income or depreciation, what happens to those properties? I think you can look around other areas and parts of the country and see what happens. You talk about affordable housing. I had a rental unit that became available in Manor Heights. I advertised it. I had a lot of interest because people were being priced out of the apartment they were in. When you're in an apartment, you're at the whim of whoever owns that apartment and what they consider market value, which is what they're talking about. They have no protection in terms of that, being told, okay, your rent's going up 40% or you got 30 days to get out. I speak against this as a apartment complex. I'm totally in agreement to condominium development, multi-unit, duplexes, twin homes, quads, condominiums. Give people an opportunity for ownership, pride, but this is not the best development for that area. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, council people, my name is Virginia Duke, 239 Avenue F, and I'm speaking in favor of the annexation and zone change. Renters need workforce housing, which Billings has chronically underbuilt for the last few decades. Surrounding homeowners have submitted a protest, but that is a small group of people in our community. The voices not heard, who were not formally noticed and therefore are underrepresented in this room, are the hundreds of renters who need more housing choice in Billings. Councilmember Repsis, why maximum density here? I do agree with you that we need it downtown more, and I appreciate the city council's efforts in that area. But here is an opportunity to not let perfect be the enemy of the good. In a perfect world, we would have more downtown housing, but we need this housing badly. Both things can be true. In addition to asking you to support the annexation and zone change, I do ask that you deny the variance. We must keep our future vision of Billings in mind after we're all gone, and connectivity is central to that future vision of safety, choice, and walkability. Just because people don't walk now doesn't mean that we can't and should not build toward that future. I do think it's important, however, to implement traffic calming measures, and I ask that our council take that obligation seriously. It's not the volume of traffic that is unsafe, but is the speed. Therefore, I ask that you please pass this annexation and zone change and deny the variance. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
So, Mayor, we do have somebody online.
Okay. If you've got that person teed up, we'll hear from someone online, and then we'll come back to in person here. Kevin.
Okay, it's the person with the screen name Lincoln Powers. Go ahead and make your public comment.
Can you hear me okay? This is actually Judy Powers.
And Lincoln, you can go ahead if you can hear us.
Yes, I can hear you.
Or Judy, okay.
So this is Judy Powers, and I live at 4185 Obie Lane, which is just on the property on the boundary of the proposed development. Can you guys hear me okay?
We can.
Perfect. So I just want to reiterate my opposition. I have sent a formal letter to the City Council and the City Planning Committee, and I just want to give you a little historical bent. My husband and I, we actually broke ground on the property that we purchased and moved into the property in July of 2002. So we've been there for almost 22 years and have raised all of our children on this property. Biggest concern for this is we would see a significant amount of traffic on Obie Lane. And Obie Lane, we haven't talked about it yet. It is a county road, and it is an unmaintained county road, meaning in the wintertime and in the summertime, there's no maintenance. So the snow doesn't get plowed unless it's plowed by the individuals who live on that property. There are no sidewalks, there are no speed bumps, there are no traffic signals. There's nothing to help maintain the traffic that happens on that particular street. Safety is a huge concern. There are children in that area, and we certainly don't want them to be put into harm's way. Density is another concern. When you think about sending 1,000 to 1,200 cars through this subdivision, or even going out on Monad, the amount of cars, in addition to all those apartment complexes that are close by, that have not been moved into yet, that are still vacant and still available for the members of the community to rent, we're talking about a large volume of cars that are coming through very unmaintained roads and still a newly defined area. And then finally, I want to talk a little bit about affordable housing. Yes, we need housing in the city of Billings. I'm a business manager. I operate a hospital system within the Billings community, and I truly believe that we need to provide those options for our employees. The problem is affordable housing is not really what our youth want. My husband and I have 7 children. Of them, all 7 are looking for affordable housing. They're looking for the opportunity to invest in homes that they can buy and then generate that equity to continue to build in those communities. And we definitely want to see more of that happening. Rental properties are only about the investors and the developers. They're not about the people who are buying them, and they're not perpetuating the right sort of development in our community that people are going to want to own and stay. And finally, I appreciate the example of the median family, but we have a daughter-in-law who's in medical school. And what I can tell you is those individuals are here sporadically. They are not here for the long term. They're not investing in Billings. And while they may come back after their residency, that's 3 or 4 years down the road, and they will likely have the income to be able to invest in a home that they can live in. It's a very transient population, and by transient, I don't mean homeless. I mean people who are living in a community for a short period of time that don't invest in the surrounding community. They're there to serve a purpose, not there to live long-term. And so...
And Judy, just to let you know, your time did expire, so if you could wrap up.
Okay. Sounds good. So zoning is your job. It sets the precedence and sets the stage for what we want in Billings. It's not what people who will financially benefit have in mind. We care about the taxpayers. We care, and their vote should matter. All I'm saying is I hope that you guys will deny this zoning request.
Thank you very much. No one else online, right? So we'll go back to in person. And do we have anybody else, public comment? Go ahead, come to the podium, please.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. My name is Ed Hoffman. I live at 4246 Central. Lived there over 30 years. I own the biggest chunk of property to the northwest of this project. So anyhow, we've already been through this before. I agree 100% with Toby, what he said, 100% with Judy, what she said. Bell Estates, Legends West, Twin Pines are 3 great neighborhoods. They really are. If you don't think so, you really need to drive through there. Not look at these cornball pictures they show you. Never once did she show you a picture of Bell Avenue with 30 cars parked on the north side of it because Morningstar doesn't have enough parking for their employees. And that's just one problem there. But so then we get to the rest. So Bell Avenue could never safely handle the amount of traffic. And the bike path that goes through there is very dangerous is the way it is. I think it's a bit late to build a project like this right now. There's hundreds of apartments being built in Billings right now. There's 720 still going off of King Avenue in Mike Stock's project over there. And we have a growth rate of 1.0%, 1.08%. The other thing my concern is emergency and city services are so stretched beyond reality, and they really are. And we need a fire station. Are we going to get a mill levy? That's not about to happen for a while. It just seems to be the way it's going, And the police, it's hard to get a cop out there when everybody's at the Wild West, And I also feel bad. My wife being a teacher, School District 2 is really taxed, especially on that end of town. I mean, I know we have issues maybe merging with the other small school districts, but if you have people with kids, I don't know where they're going to go. It's just going to be more busing, So anyhow, basically, I just think any NX3 is a terrible, terrible use of this land. I really do. If you go there and just take a drive and look at the neighborhood and the people that live there, I think you'd really appreciate why we feel the way we do. Thank you.
Thank you.
I wasn't prepared to speak tonight, so keep me on the clock. I'm Billy Rice. I live at 29 Twin Pine Loops. So much of those that are against this, it is a safety issue. There was, in 1 week's time, there was 2 major wrecks on Central. If you think getting out of Bell is terrible, you ought to try to get out of Central at in between 7 and 9 in the morning and 3 to 6 at night. It's dangerous. Also, Twin Pines is a private subdivision. where you're talking about opening up Bell Avenue. That makes it so that everybody can drive on those streets, right? So I'm paying out of my pocket, because we're a private subdivision, for the road upkeep in there, for the sewer. Does that mean, I heard the lady say that the annexation doesn't include us? I think that's totally bad. If you're gonna annex part of it, annex it all. If you're gonna annex it, pay for our streets, pay for our stuff, pay for the safety issues. We've talked about gates. We can't put a gate at the front gate to protect our street because we can't get in and out as it is. So, I mean, my thought is the safety. I want the variance. I really, what the lady needs to do with their land, I appreciate the fact. But I have so many safety issues that it scares me. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next.
Evening, Mayor, council members. I did not prepare remarks. Was just going to sit back there and listen, but I can't not have my voice heard. I am Mike Van Hoover. I live at 4115 Obie Lane. I signed the petition against this. I am for the variance. I do not want those people driving down Obie Lane. The traffic would be unbearable and, quite frankly, against the reason I bought my house there in the first place. I moved to Billings 2 years ago from Louisville, Kentucky. I bought on Obie Lane because it was quiet. That was prior to hearing all the drag racing up and down Shiloh Lane, which anybody that lives in that vicinity, you can attest to it on a Friday and Saturday night. There are a number of other concerns I have with that. Bell Lane, which has been pointed out numerous times, Morningstar does not provide enough adequate parking for their own employees. I leave for work at 5:30 in the morning, and it's a challenge, especially on a snowy, icy road, trying to get out to Shiloh so I can go to work. Addition to that is, it has not been addressed, is 580 apartments, roughly 1,000 cars. Being that I live in Obie Lane and Bell Estates, all of the residents on that lane are on wells. There has been no discussion about the environmental impact of those vehicles, vehicle runoff, and everything else that could contaminate the groundwater. And as your city planner mentioned, would then force us to have to be annexed into the city or request to be annexed into the city at great cost to us. So in closing, so I'll wrap it up because you guys have been here for a while. Obviously, I'm against this, and I would appreciate you giving that consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next.
Mayor and council members. My name is Dick Reich. I live at 4154 Banbury Place. My backyard is Bell Avenue. You've heard all the pro reasons from Sanders and Stewart as to why this is such a wonderful idea. I'm one of those people in the pink triangles that appeared on the one slide that the planning committee showed you. And I can summarize my comments into 7 words. This proposal sucks. Please do not approve.
Thank you very much.
Hi again, everyone. My name is Katie Harrison, and to everyone who does live in the immediate area to this project, I apologize because I don't live in the immediate area. I live in the south side, 2901 6th Avenue South. However, I am a Billings resident, so I like to connect to my entire city. I also care about all of my neighbors, even ones I don't agree with, but as well as ones that maybe have yet to move here or are not in a position to perhaps at this time purchase their own house. I am almost 40 years old, and all of my adult life, I was not in a position for whatever reason to buy a house. I needed rental options. I know it's not ideal for the long term, but there are many, many reasons why people rent. And people who rent do need to have I think, a variety of options, and not just necessarily on the outskirts of town or condensed into one specific neighborhood. One example could be, maybe let's say I grew up in Laurel or one of the nearby towns, but I didn't grow up in Billings, but I've always wanted to live there, and I don't know what neighborhood I want to live in. And I'm a hardworking, tax-paying, good neighbor citizen, so I want to try out let's say the West End or the Heights for a year. Having a nice, safe, quality apartment option would allow me to stay in that neighborhood and decide that I do want to invest in this neighborhood once I am ready to be fortunate enough to purchase a home. So I just would ask the council, and perhaps even those that do have the ability to own a nice, big, quiet, spacious home in that neighborhood, to just consider that maybe some of these people that this apartment or this complex would attract might be some really nice future neighbors for you all. I know at one point the house that I live in didn't exist. The apartments on my street at one point didn't exist. We all needed those options at one point or another. This is a growing world we live in. Billings is a wonderful city. Can we blame people for wanting to move here? I don't. I love it here. I think, it's a rapidly changing world and country, and we just happen to live in an awesome town, and people need more options of where they can live. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next.
Terry Havener, 11 Twin Pines Loop. My neighborhood is a nice, quiet neighborhood. There's no sidewalks. We remove our own snow, pay for it through our HOA. And it seems to me that if you would pass this and the traffic that would occur because of it, I think our neighborhood would probably put in control gates because we have that right to do so. So that means if we did that, then all the other traffic is going to go through Legends Way and down Bell, which, by the way, I've driven down Bell, and they're right. There's not room for two cars coming towards each other. It just doesn't exist. And when it's snowy out, since that street isn't really plowed by the city or anybody, it makes it worse. So it just wouldn't handle the traffic. So the only option that would be to condemn some of those southern properties and put sidewalks in and make it wider. I don't think that's right either. But anyway, I think that there could be better use for this land. There could be better, and I'm all about building. I've been in the trades my whole working life. So building's great. It's paid for my family's house. One last thing, $1,700 for an apartment. I don't pay that much for my house. That is not low cost. Not even close. But that's another economic issue. And I don't know how you fix that. I don't think we're going to fix it here tonight. But I think that I think this needs to be a lot of consideration. People walk up and down our street. Some people have walkers. Some people have dogs. And to have traffic flowing through there like that, it wouldn't be safe at all. We don't have sidewalks, like I said. And it's a quiet, close neighborhood. And I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, Council, my name is Linda Furman. I live at 191 Legends Way. And I would like to ask if I could give my time to someone else.
Sure. Okay. Well, I mean, can they still, someone who's already spoken? No, no, we really just let one person speak, so, or once.
Okay, I am very concerned again about the amount of traffic. Also, I agree with the people that say that there are so many apartments that are being built, that are already built, that aren't full yet. So I question the need for this housing. But I would like to ask all of you, how would you like to have a house that you worked hard to have, and now all of a sudden you have 800 to 1,000 cars going by your house in a day? I think a lot of the people that spoke tonight do not live in the neighborhood. But when the neighborhood was canvassed, the vast, if not all, were against this project. So as taxpayers and property owners, I ask you, please reconsider and really think about what you're doing to us that live there. Oops.
Thank you.
My name is Missy Erickson. I live at 4142 Banbury Place. My husband Toby spoke earlier. He's the one who has put all the work, effort, time, blood, sweat, and tears into canvassing the neighborhood and talking with the neighbors, getting to know our neighbors, and feeling how much so many of them do not want this. I don't want to preach on the same thing that's been said, but there is one thing I don't think that's been brought up yet. We're just down the street from the Morningstar Assisted Living and Retirement Place. During the spring, summer, and fall, the amount of residents from the Morningstar that come down Bell Avenue. Bell Avenue is my backyard, like it was with Richards. They're walking. The sidewalks aren't wide enough on the one side of the street for two of them to go. We have 3, 4 of them walking, pushing their walkers every morning and every afternoon, coming down there. And they're a nice addition to the neighborhood. We've gotten to know this group of, little old ladies and little old men. And they're delightful. This would take away any possibility for them to be able to get out and get some exercise and get some fresh air around there. They're very friendly. They talk all the time. They comment about the flowers, the dogs. They're very nice people, and they'll be affected by having all this come through with all of that traffic. The other thing I want to hit on, though, is, $1,700 a month for rent. I don't know who could afford it. We started out renting our first apartment when we were married. We've been married for 40 years, and we're finally able to own a home. But I don't want the 800 cars coming past my backyard. We sit right on the corner of Bell, Legends Way, and Banbury Place. So, it would be a nightmare to have to try to deal with all of that, with all of the traffic coming through. I understand we need better situation for living in Billings, but I don't think $1,700 apartments are the answer. Why don't we get into more duplexes, and so people can maybe stand a chance at some home ownership down the line? $1,700 a month in an apartment, you're throwing that money away and it's gone. Like the gentleman said, he doesn't pay that much for his house payment. So please, like Linda said behind me, how would you feel if you're in your home and you've been told now there's going to be an extra 1,000 cars going right in your backyard? It's not a good thought. It scares us. It really does. I want my grandkids to come over and be able to play out in my backyard without having to worry about another 1,000 cars coming through. So please consider strongly opposing it, please. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next.
Mr. Mayor and Council, my name is Phil Johnson. I live at 82 Legends Way. One of the things I haven't heard is we've heard about all the cars, 1,000 cars a day that will pass, but what about all the parked cars? These guys talk about walking, biking, all these other things. It's Montana. We all drive. My daughter lives in an apartment over on Monad. Those people over there don't have 1.5 cars per apartment. They have 3 and 4 and 5. They have 5 in my daughter's apartment. That's not what it is in Montana. Where are they going to park all those cars? Nobody's brought that up. take a look over at Happy Homes or the ones that are farther out King Avenue. Look at all the excess cars. They might have parking for 1.5 cars, but with 3 cars per apartment, you've got another 1,000 cars to park. Where will they park? Happy Homes, they're up and down all the streets that aren't part of the apartment complex, the same as the other apartments. They're going to be up and down Bell Avenue. They'll up and down Monad Avenue. Where will they be? And how safe will it be when cars are parking or passing, or fire trucks are coming in, or police are coming in? There's nowhere for them to go because we got 1,000 more cars parked outside of what they have allowed for in those apartments. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments? This is a public hearing. Please come forward. We're about to close, so please make a line so we know if there's anybody else after this speaker. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Jenna Martin. I live on Lost Creek Road, so about southwestern Billings a little bit. So a few things. I've heard from a lot of people tonight, and I don't want to be redundant or anything and take up extra time. I could share a personal story about how my husband and I have lived here for my husband his whole life, me for about 20 years, and we have still yet to be able to save enough money to move out of a 2-bedroom place. We are still saving desperately. I can tell stories about friends of mine who don't live here anymore because they have good jobs. They had necessary jobs for Billings, like teachers, and they got priced out of the housing market, whether it was a rental, whether it was a single family home. As another person said, sometimes that's what you need to try out a neighborhood. If we want to attract new teachers here, they can't just put money down on a house and not have any idea what that neighborhood is like. Sometimes rentals are really necessary for that sort of thing. But what I really want to address is what feels to be the blatant unfairness of this situation. It feels a lot like we are prioritizing the opinions of landowners far over the renters in Billings. And it feels like the rest of Billings, a city of 200 and something thousand, is being held hostage by a handful of people who don't want housing in their own backyard. And to be able to say, well, how would I feel if housing development went where I live? It is growing up where I live. And you know what? I love it. I love it. I love the new friends that my kids have made. I've been trying to open up a little shop for 7 years now, and we haven't had a number of people to be able to justify it. That the commercial place is there, and I could possibly put this little shop and I could pay the rent for it, but I am not confident that there's going to be anybody nearby to be able to keep it in business, so I haven't. And recently, that's starting to come true. We're starting to actually think, you know what, maybe I can do this, maybe I can open this business right here because other people are come by. What I would like to say is that there are people speaking in behalf of their neighbors who couldn't be here, and I understand that not wanting this development in your own area is something, but there is a massive city of renters on waiting lists who are desperately waiting for housing of any kind. And council members, you have an opportunity tonight, a rare opportunity, to be able to make Billings an example for the rest of Montana and say, you know what? Our workers aren't leaving. Our workers are staying in Billings. We have more job opportunity than the rest of the state. We have bigger families that are staying. We have more taxable income in Billings than the rest of the state because you know what? We saw a problem with housing and we decided to fix it. And maybe it wasn't perfect, but it was something and it kept people here and it kept our city growing. I love the fact there's a housing development going on in my area. And I love the fact that we have neighbors that are standing up for their other neighbors, but we have additional neighbors. People who said, you know, I wouldn't want people walking in the snow. There are people sleeping in the snow. We need this. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any other public comment before we close the public hearing? Not seeing anybody come forward. There's no one else on the line, so we'll close the public hearing. Thank you, everyone, for your heartfelt input. Council, we often take a break at 7:30. We can skip that, or we can take a quick break and then come back. Break, okay. We will take, it's 8:14. We'll be back at 8:20 or as close to that as we can. developer. The first item before us then is item 3A little I, the annexation proposal. Then comes the zone change. These things are obviously connected, and yet they are technically separate. So on annexation, just as a reminder, the annexation resolution before you is conditioned on there being an annexation agreement that's mutually acceptable to both sides. So even if there were a positive vote for annexation, that annexation would not take effect immediately. And the annexation agreement, which has to be mutually acceptable to both the city and the developer, as a practical matter, is probably going to be dependent upon the zone change, since the developer is going to be less inclined to become part of our beautiful city, as nice as it is, if they don't know what's happening on the zoning side of things. So they are at least practically connected. But the first item up will be the annexation resolution. And on that, I guess I'll kick it back to council. Council, in order here will be further questions for staff, for developer, motions, pro or con, or anything else that might come up, I guess. So we'll send it back to you. Councilmember Gulick, Councilmember Joy.
Yes, having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to conditionally approve the resolution for annexation 21-15, as recommended by staff.
Motion made for approval of the annexation resolution, second by Councilmember Joy. Councilmember Gulick or Joy, did you want to speak to your motion or second? No? Councilmember Joy?
I'll keep my comments for when we talk about zoning.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Yes, annexation, not everyone's favorite subject. I'll just speak to the motion. I won't speak to the zone change because that's another ball of wax, but this is the step that needs to be taken in order for us to bring this property into the city. There are very often a lot of discussion around annexation, but what I do know is that when we bring property into the city of Billings, we build to a standard and we guarantee a safety and a public welfare that is very much important to everyone else in the city, and I think it's really important to our community. So no septics. So I will speak to that motion and speak to approval of the annexation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion on the motion? Councilmember Ripsis.
Just real quickly, the annexation is generally a fairly straightforward process as long as everything's been followed. The only area of subjectivity really has to do with whether or not it conforms, the proposed land use conforms to the growth policy. I think, the developer always does a very good job of saying, well, these are all the ways it does. But I think there are just as many ways where this is outside of really what we're envisioning in the growth policy. Probably a 50-50 call, in my mind, probably a little closer on the not conforming to the growth policy in areas of prosperity and strong neighborhoods and community fabric. But reluctantly, I'm going to hold my nose and vote for the annexation and save more thorough comments for the zoning discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. For the comments on the motion, Councilmember Purington.
I will back up what Tom said, is that it's always based on the growth policy on the West End plan. That West End plan is, 22, maybe now 23 years old. And who would have ever thought 20 years ago that we would have all the apartment complexes out on the West End? And as, Tom and I were talking, well, they're there because you got the land. And And so that's the place they're going to go, especially for large complexes. But I will vote for the annexation as well.
Thank you very much. Any further discussion on the motion? I'll just make the comment that when we get to the annexation agreement, I will support the staff's recommendation of language allowing for additional negotiations with the developer about potential traffic calming or changes to Bell. I'm not sure it makes sense to shift all those costs to this developer if it means others who would normally participate are not participating, but I don't see any great harm with including that language, but that's for the annexation agreement, not for the basic resolution about annexation. Any further discussion before we proceed to a vote on item 3A little I? Don't see any, so, we still do not have Councilmember Tricky, just for the record, or Councilmember Tiswell. If in favor of the motion for annexation, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay. Okay, that passes unanimously, concludes that item, and brings us then to the zone change discussion, item 3A little 2, first reading for zone change 1021. Again, back to staff, back to council. Are there additional questions for staff or comments or motions? Councilmember Boyette.
Thank you, Mayor. I've been quiet. I just wanted to listen to what the public had to say, but I personally have driven down Bell Avenue many, many times. I started out by delivering newspapers and then food to Morning Star, and I always ended up going down Bell Avenue. What a total disaster that is. I've always had to pull over at least once or twice because of an oncoming car. It's not designed for two-way traffic because everybody from Morning Star parks on the street, which apparently we, the council, did this 20 years ago. We didn't do a very good job of having parking outside of, for the people that work there. So I think having, and then also on Obie, if we allowed this kind of traffic on both those two streets, it would destroy the neighborhood. It's not very good. I would ask the council if we're going to at least approve this, that we do the variance that stops traffic from going to these two areas. I just don't think that's a good idea.
Thank you. Further discussion, Councilmember Joy and Councilmember Gulick, did you raise your hand?
Yeah, having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken testimony, I move to approve first reading ordinance for zone change 1021 and adopt the findings of fact of the 10 criteria as recommended by the zoning staff, and ask that the variance not be a part of this zone change.
Okay, so the motion is a dual motion, one for approval of the zone change and denial of the variance at the same time. I'll ask.
Didn't they say that it had to be part of the annexation agreement and not part of the zone change on that variance? I mean, that's just, I don't know.
I think it's part of the zoning determination. It's a variance to the zone change. We'll ask our zoning coordinator to comment.
It's a variance to the specific requirement of the Planned Neighborhood Development Code. It can be a separate vote. The zoning commission started out with a motion just on the zone change, which is based on the 10 review criteria, and left the variance on the table while they had their discussion on the motion, but eventually added it to the motion of to recommend approval to you and approval of the variance. City staff still does not support the variance. You can certainly combine those two. I would advise against it because you have a supermajority vote required for the zone change, but no such vote is required for the variance.
Thank you for that clarification about the supermajority. I should have thought of that myself. Our staff member Monica Plecker has her yellow hand up. So I'm thinking, Monica, you probably want to comment. Councilmember Joy, I think you were speaking. Is that fine with you? Yes. So, Monica, are you with us? And if so, did you want to comment?
Yes, I do want to comment. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can hear you fine.
I just wanted to make the clarification that the annexation agreement that is being presented to you has language that basically reflects a council action on zone change 1021 and the variance. It essentially refers to whatever your action is what the street requirement will be. So that has already been contemplated, and I just wanted to point that out.
Monica, can you say that a second time? We've got some puzzled looks on this end.
Sure. The annexation agreement in one of the early sections called Roads and Access specifically has language that points back to the council action on zone change 1021 and the variance request. Basically, whatever your action is tonight on the variance, approval or denial is reflected in the annexation agreement. So you don't have to do any sort of finagling. If you approve the variance, the language is there. If you deny it, the language is there. So I just, to the point of the council member who asked, do we need to be negotiating the variance as part of the annexation agreement? The language is reflecting whatever your action is tonight, and that's by design.
Okay, does that make sense? So whatever action we take on the zoning side will become part of the requirements of the annexation agreement without getting specific about that. It's my interpretation of that. Okay, Council Member Joy, you do have a motion.
Yes, and I will restate my motion and exclude language over the variance. So it will simply be a motion to approve the zone change 1021 as written, having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken testimony. I move to approve the first reading of the zone change 221 and adopt the findings of the 10 criteria as recommended by the zoning commission, excluding any variance language.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there a second for that motion? Councilmember Gulick. Okay, so the motion is for approval of the zone change. It's silent on the issue of the variance. Councilmember Neese?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm sorry to be a little more confused about this because typically when we have a variance, we have a separate public hearing and separate meetings. And so now we're combining it, but yet we're going to separate the vote. And yet there's nothing on our agenda that says we are to vote two different times. And so I think I'd like to get some information or some counsel from our legal on this and how we should be addressing this issue when we actually have two distinct separate items, but only one item on the agenda.
Thank you, Mayor, Councilmember Neese. The motion that's stated, or that's the recommended motion that's stated on your agenda, simply neglected to mention the variance. I had this discussion with Mr. Friday earlier today, and we meant to point out to you that there did need to be separate action taken on the zone change as well as the variance. And how you did that was certainly up to you. You could take it together or separate as Councilmember Joy has just done, but the variance will need to be addressed separately unless there's a substitute motion including it right now.
Thank you. I just want to make sure we're not, by approving this zone change, we don't suddenly, because we're doing it based upon what was presented to us in writing and what the county or the zoning commission had recommended, that we are somehow approving their recommendation, which included the variance change. So, but I know she separated that portion of variance out, so I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilmember Gulick and Councilmember Owen, had your hand up? Yeah. Councilmember Gulick.
Thank you. Yeah. My overall impressions of this proposed development, I think it's a very good street layout without the variance in terms of future connections to the west. It's got good buffering to adjacent neighborhoods with the N1 and N2, NX2 zoning. We need housing. I think this development would be a really good model for our community for how to do this thoughtfully. It's, maybe not perfect. We are in a transition in our community, and how do you go about doing that? And so we have a lot of existing conditions that we're having to deal with. But we do need a range of housing types in our growing community. Many of us took a tour of the new medical school. There's 100 and some students per class that are going to need housing. This would be right close by. I mean, this is actually just ideal for walkability. And also the St. Vincent Healthcare is having a new clinic to the south. I think there's a lot of workplaces nearby that also would benefit. So it is very likely that not everyone's going to drive. I think, the variance didn't reduce opposition from neighbors who still registered a valid protest. And I want to, I understand. I understand the neighbors' desire to have less potential traffic through their neighborhood. But Bell Avenue is a public street. I have a public street in front of my house. There are a lot of cars that go by it. I live near a hospital. It's actually not the volume of cars that's really an issue, though. It's if there's high speeds. That's when it becomes unsafe. And because the street in front of my house is fairly narrow, people generally drive the speed limit through there, and it works. And so, and if Bell Avenue is not in a condition to handle a large volume of traffic, people are going to drive somewhere else. They're going to drive because it's not going to work for them. So, speaking, I will be supporting the zone change, and then when it comes to discussion on the variance, I will be opposing the variance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Bowen?
So I just want to be clear, we will do the variance separately, correct? Okay,
That
because
is correct.
I have a question about the variance, but I will save that for that discussion. I confess to having some real concerns about this project. I am concerned that there is a march away from home ownership, and that really worries me. It is one of the most critical pieces of generational wealth building to be able to own your own property. And I think there's bills in the legislature right now that would prevent us as council from doing zoning to support single-family houses, to reduce minimum lot sizes drastically. And I worry that we are creating so many incentives to not have home ownership. I am concerned about the lack of commercial nodes here. It may be a fantasy to have a corner store or a corner coffee shop, but I think we should try. And I would love to hear from the developers tonight or other developers as to how our zoning code might be a barrier to having sort of mixed-use developments that have a little bit of walkable commercial that doesn't require people to drive to it. So I think there's concerns. However, at the end of the day, when I'm not here, I work with some of the most vulnerable children in this community, some of the most vulnerable families in this community. And it is really hard for me to sit in court day in and day out and listen to stories of children who are remaining in government care because there's no housing in our community. Their parents have done everything to get their kids back, to try to reestablish their families. Are they going to move into this development? No, they're not. They're not. But the more we build a variety of housing options around our community, the more we loosen up the market. We have hundreds of people surviving on rental vouchers in motel rooms right now for a program that I worry is on the verge of collapse. And this project is not a solution for them, but it may move people out of places where other more low-income families trying to get a start, families trying to get their kids back could move into. It is heart-wrenching to me to see families be separated, to see people subsisting in motels because we have a community-wide housing constraint. And so even though I think there are ways that I would rather see this project play out, the families, the children, the people who are struggling every day just to find literally any place to live trumps it. And so I think at the end, I'm going to end up supporting this as what I hope is a single piece of a much broader strategy to make this community more affordable and sustainable for a variety of people who are really, really struggling right now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Who is not Councilmember Purrington?
Well, and I will echo what Councilmember Owen said. It does concern me that they're giving numbers of 35% of Billings are renting property, because I do think home ownership is part of the American dream. I think it's the ideal. But again, I think there are issues with housing opportunities in Billings, even if it is rental areas that need to be filled. And I do not believe this to be at all affordable housing. You know, we're always talking about affordable housing, and it's okay within that spectrum of how much people make in Billings. What is affordable? And so whenever you talk about the Rocky Mountain or Rocky Vista, the medical school, you think students can afford to live in this? I don't think so. So who is going to live there? I don't know. I hope it's a better project than some of the others that we have out on the West End because they're not built well, they're not managed well. So I'm, again, I guess as you said, I'm going to hold my nose and probably vote for this. At this point, I'll vote for it. But I think we have some local developers that are doing this, and that's what I have to go on, is that we've got local developers that are doing this. And those are the owners at this point. And I would imagine they'll continue on for a while anyway to promote this business, and it'll be a good one. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Joy Shaw.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Yeah, the city of Billings does not build housing. Private developers, private money and investment builds housing. We do not. We struggle very much as a council, and I don't want to speak for anyone else, but I think it's a generally could be acknowledged. We struggle when we have issues of sheltering people. We really struggle to figure out how to make that work. And we come up with solutions that are far from ideal. So how do we affect affordability? By approving private development that allows this supply to increase. Supply and demand have a lot to do with what that market value is. Why is it cheaper to rent in Billings than in Bozeman? Supply and demand. People are living in hotel rooms in Bozeman waiting for housing. Supply and demand, that's one of the ways we can impact affordability. Some people have said, and I do really think it's very important, home ownership is a very important value. It is a way in which people are able to increase their assets, to have an asset, to have a thing that is very important for their stability and for the stability of their lives and for their families and children. I really do understand that. I would say, though, if we said home ownership is just the only value of the type of housing that we have, I would disagree with that. The United States is over 200 years old. Owning a house on a lot is not actually our longer history. Our longer history is a home with multi-generational families. That's what really, really happened from the very beginning of this country. And so the single, detached, mom, dad, and kids is just a snippet in time of the history of housing in the United States. So I will support the motion. Thank you.
Councilmember Shaw.
Thank you. I wanted to touch on the issue of home ownership because I heard that brought up a lot. And I feel like from my perspective, I would love to see a developer come forward with a project for a building like this that was condoed. I would love to see that personally. But we don't build housing as the city, and there's no way for this body to actually mandate someone who owns property does something specific with it. I mean, I think anyone who owns property probably appreciates that this body doesn't have the ability to come in and say, you can and can't do this. You know, I mean, we do through this process, but we can't say you can't build market rate housing, you have to build affordable housing. There isn't a mechanism for us to do that fairly. And so I for any developers that are listening, I want them to hear me say, I would, as a council member, would love to see that. I would love to see our community and our developers move in that direction. And I think all we can do is encourage them to do it. To say, instead of it being a market rate apartment building, can it be condos that people could buy? Let's continue to put pressure on the private market to do that. But it doesn't come from this body that can do it. It comes from all of us talking to developers and getting them to change their thinking about it. So I just wanted to put that plug out there that I think it's a really important piece. But how we get there requires all of us to work together to make that a reality. Thanks.
Councilman Ripsis.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Shaw, I always appreciate your very intelligent and well-spoken arguments. I'm going to take issue with this one this time, though. We can affect this, and the way we affect it is through policy. I did some, just a little bit of math this weekend, and I looked at the per unit tax revenues of all the apartments that are now in Linhart Square. It comes out to about $1,100 per year per unit. The homes in Twin Pines and Legends, which are a mixture of single family and duplexes on small lots, are about $3,000 to $3,200 per year. So we are effectively subsidizing. Maybe, we don't know because we don't have the cost of services study yet. Chris, we need that. But if we think about the major components of our tax revenues, they're police and fire and parks and schools. Those things all scale with population, not lot size or density. And so it's very likely that we are subsidizing or having some type of mix here. As you would expect across a large population, there's always going to be some balancing there. But this is a matter of economics. And this body, as the policy body, if we want to see development patterns change, our option to do that is to find ways to balance out the costs and the risks of building out on the edges of the community versus downtown or in the core. Right now, it's very low risk, relatively low risk, and much cheaper to build high density, maximum density developments out on the west end of town, completely removed from all services, with the exception of auto transportation, unless you love walking a mile each way to the grocery store like Rick does, apparently. So we're forcing we're building maximum density out on the edges of town and forcing everybody to drive inwards to the center of the town to get any kind of services. So we're stressing our roads, we're stressing our people, because they have to spend more time in traffic. This is a bad development pattern. We're stressing our schools, public services, on and on. It's a bad development pattern. We have to start using the power of policy to even out those economics if we want to see that happen. It's not going to happen on its own. People are just going to keep getting cheap land out on the edge of town, and we're going to keep perpetuating this problem. I'm going to vote against the zoning change tonight. I see, if I look at those 10 criteria, there are arguments to be made against all of them except for possibly 5 and 9. But every one of them, I think we could make an argument that this type of zoning out on the edges of town does not meet those criteria. So again, I see where this is going. I'll have a couple other ideas as we get through this to my friends and neighbors in Twin Pines and Legends Way. We'll do the best we can to kind of minimize the impact on our neighborhoods. But it's going to be a big change, and we're going to have to get used to it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Further comment on the motion, Councilmember Neese?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not sure what the vote has to be because of protest, but I think this is the difficult one because I think in some respects this came before us a year ago. The developer did a lot of what we asked, but there's been a lot more development out there. And I think there's been a lot of, maybe a change in the way the policy, the city would like to see some of the things to develop. I think we've been able to hone down some of how we would like to see developments done. And so I think that it's difficult when we look at these collector streets that really should have some kind of commercial there attached to them, and that maybe the developer isn't the person to develop it. But we as a policy body, we should be setting those standards and making sure that those projects come before us that really are developing the city in the way that is best for the city and the residents around them. I think the state gives those owners around that property the right to come and protest, and I think they did that. And I hate to pitch this against, the homeowners against renters, because it's not. I rented when I was younger. And people step from renting into homeowners. The more you build in apartments, like Councilmember Joy mentioned, it's all about the market. If you build more rental units, it's going to drive the price down. And so I think in a lot of respects, this unit is really good because it's going to bring some rental units there. I really wish the Annex 1, and again, we can't make our decision based on what they're going to build within the thing, because that's not what the is about. And they said they were going to build all rental units. It'd be great if the Annex 1 was owner occupied type building, but that's up to them and how to do that. We can't really decide that. Like you said, there's no way for us to say you have to build owner occupied. We have to deal with the zoning. And my concern is the zoning, yes, it is high density. I think you're going to have high density there. It's actually is near a business node. There's a lot of good things, but I think if we want to set policy changes where we have more walkability, more biking, more getting out and doing things, we have to make sure these developments large like this are providing those kind of commercial areas that people can live in and then go down and shop in. Look at the Shiloh Commons. People, I don't hear anything negative about those. And so those are the type of developments when you get a higher density that maybe we should be looking at. And I think if this would come to us as with some additional commercial, some type of CM commercial there, it may have been a lot better if it was, helping the city develop in a way that would bring this. So I really would like to support this. I would like to see some more units come online. I know we got a bunch coming to the waste, but I think when we look at how we want to develop some of these things, we need to make sure we're developing it for everyone to be able to use this facility or use the area better. And like you say, especially along Shiloh, you're not going to cross Shiloh Road. You're just not going to do it. So all of that half mile, or that mile circle, half mile circle is really cut in half. And so I think we need to look at how we can promote more commercial, and that's us as a policy body. We have to decide and have them bring that, or we can, I guess we can amend it and require some kind of CMU there. It's been said before we could do that. We don't do it often, but I can't support it the way it is right now. I'd like to see some commercial in there.
Thank you, Councilmember Purington.
I think whenever we talk a lot about changing policy and, making policy go along with certain philosophy of what your city should look like, to me, I think the market drives that. So if we start dictating certain policies, then we will drive, I think, the developers out. The market has to dictate. And I think it will. I don't know that the city, the more the city dictates, the less growth you're going to have. And it's not going to be affordable, or you could dictate it and it's just going to be all low-income housing. So I think you have to be real careful when you start talking about policies and how that's going to drive the market. Because right now, Billings is market-driven, and I don't think we want to change that.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments on the motion? Motion is for approval of the zone change. It's silent on the issue of the variance. I'm just going to comment a couple general comments. One is the significance of the public input here. This development has evolved dramatically. Well, dramatically is a big word. It is evolved in a good way, a better way. And that's because of the input of the public. Also, thank you, council, for your excellent discussion. I was intrigued by this issue of homeownership and our need for condos. I agree completely because we do need more. Homeownership is always a good thing. In our community, we are tending to vote or just to see a lot of rentals because that's what the market is bringing to us. And one of the reasons, there's a couple reasons for that. One, our developers just aren't used to doing condos. They're just not used to it, and they do what what they've done in the past. So I think we're going to have to actually look for out-of-town developers to come and do more condos. Another reason is they're just not as profitable. Imagine how many tens of millions of dollars this developer has put into this effort to get approval and actually build something. He could just condo this. And he could sell each unit, make a little bit of money on each one, and then go do it again and have all of those risks and all of that new input. Or having gone through all that effort, if this is approved, he'll have a stream of income over many, many years. It's very difficult to justify condos as long as there's good, healthy demand for rentals. We probably need to get to a point of oversaturation of the rentals to generate a downward move in the market and to make condos more appealing. But we're not there yet. So, but that's above, I know, my pay grade. So just sort of an observation there. This has improved. The other great iron here, of course, here is that people have moved to the edge of town because it's more rural. That's where the deer are. That's where the pheasants are. Understand completely. And yet the irony is that that is exactly 180 degrees wrong in our current reality. That's where we have vacant land. That's where we don't have a lot of as much neighborhood opposition. I'd also love to see these kind of dense developments more central to town or central to town and downtown. But there isn't 27 acres. We haven't denied those. We will probably try to encourage that, but the land's just not there. And someday this will be considered the center of town. I know it's hard to believe now, but someday it will. So I will vote in favor. So if we're ready to vote, we will do that. So we'll have a hand vote because we need to, this will not pass without a 2/3 vote because of the valid protest. So there's 9 of us here, that would be 6. So if in favor of the motion, which is for approval of the zone change, raise your hand. Voting in favor are council members Shaw, Gulick, Owen, Joy, myself, and Purington. If voting in opposition, raise your hand. Council members Neese, Boyette, and Rupsis, so that the zone change passes on the minimum vote of 6-3. Brings us then to the issue of the variance. Are there further discussions, or I'm sorry, questions for staff or discussion or motions? Councilmember Owen.
Nicole, I have a question. I thought I heard, and maybe I misunderstood, that if this variance were granted, there was some kind of concept of a future connectivity. Am I understanding that correctly? That they would start now with just the connections to the south, but perhaps there would be a future?
That's what the developer has stated, but that's not what the zoning commission voted on and is recommending approval to you. The staff has the opposite point of view. We believe that connectivity, real and actual connectivity, is important, and that's what the code references in section 27804C.
So when you guys came to that decision, did you consider this possibility that we would start now with just southern connections, but in the future have a northern connection, or was that not considered? It was either the all connectivity now or no connectivity, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Council, is there any opposition to hearing Rick on the developer's position on that? Councilmember Owen?
No, I'd love to.
Okay, so Rick?
Excuse me. And again, Nicole has done an excellent job of ferreting this through, but where I believe the comment came up with regard to a potential of phased connectivity was when we were talking with the zoning commission and Commissioner White. We, as the developer, find that hard to accomplish. And so when we brought this forward, and as I've worked with people on the annexation agreement and that kind of thing, I think it's always been on behalf of the developer at a connectivity, a hybrid connectivity, which would be Bell without Obi, a walking way through there, or no connectivity. I mean, those are the three that I think we've seen. I don't think there's any way to effectively push this down the road 5, 10, 15 years and allow that to happen. So the clarity of I think those three, you either connect them all. I think there is that hybrid aspect that we talked about before.
Bell, not Obi.
Bell connection and not Obi. And that, whether you have a pedestrian access there or not is immaterial, but no connection there probably. Or no connection, like so many of our apartment complexes are, with just access to the collector on Rocky Vista Way. So, thank you for that.
And then, Mayor, if I could ask just a staff follow-up to Debbie. Debbie, we talked about this a little bit during the break, but could you give us clarity as to what might trigger the installation of those collector roads that would connect up and around, and help us get a sense of when we might be to that point?
Sure. So the Bell eventually will go to the west and connect with a collector that's in the long-term transportation plan, and it would connect up to Central, and it'll probably be development-based when there is a need for it. At this point, there's not a lot of demand for cars going further west before they get up to Central. So I think it'll be development-based to really trigger that.
So if the connection through Bell happens, what is your projection for how much traffic goes through that subdivision?
My projection is based on the preliminary traffic work that they did, and it looked like it was about 270 vehicles in the morning. So egress was about 270, and ingress was about 800, I believe. I don't remember those off the top of my head, but something about that on Bell.
And so you still recommend the connections, even with those numbers?
And those were based on assumptions. Yes.
Okay.
But yeah.
Thank you.
And Debbie, while we have you, can I just get you to clarify, those numbers were not old numbers where there was no connection out to Rocky Vista Way, but this assumes connection to Rocky Vista Way and the two accesses to the south. Is that correct?
So it makes a general assumption based on the amount of, basically the top 10% or 8% goes north, and then the rest of them would go south. So it's more of an area-based.
Okay, so you're
percentage.
thinking almost 90% of the traffic would go south to Rocky Vista Way?
That is what the preliminary, and I read it once today, so I'm struggling to remember. But yes, it was on the order of like 90% went south and then 10% went north.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Probably don't go too far. I saw Councilmember Rips's hand and Councilmember Boyette.
I was going to make a motion if we're ready to release that motion on the table to discuss.
It's up to individual council members.
All right, very good. Thank you. We're kind of stuck in this this variation. I think it's going to be, variance is going to be tricky because I think there's a lot of good arguments on either side of it. I'd like to maybe offer a motion that has a bit of a hybrid that maybe not have been considered, or not desired. But to move that we not allow the variance, but until the point in time when Bell and Obi and possibly even 44th are developed, the access to those roads is blocked off for emergency use only through bollards or something like that, that the police fire could remove if they needed to, but would prevent daily traffic until those roads are improved to such point that they could handle it.
Is there a way, did you intend to be more specific about the trigger point? Developed to a point they could handle it?
So Bell is completely developed, both sides, and, built out to handle the traffic. Obi is built out to handle the traffic that would be coming through there. It's probably going to have to be a condition of annexation eventually when Bell Estates annexes into the city. If 44th is developed, that's another outlet out to Central that would probably be used more frequently than the other ones. So that could be a trigger point as well.
Okay. That's the motion. Was there a second? Councilmember Boyette? Discussion now on the approval of the variance on those conditions. Councilmember Boyette.
Thank you, Mayor. I've been thinking about that. I moved into a subdivision up off of Rimrock, and there was only one entrance into the subdivision, but there was an access, a fire lane that was wide open, but they had a gate, and it was locked, and it was only for the fire department. If there was a fire, they could just drive their truck right through it. No one ever used that entrance. And I thought, well, maybe someday when the development was fully developed, why couldn't we have opened that up? I think this would be a perfect place to have a barricade that's locked, fire department can use it, and nobody will access this road until such time as Bell is further extended and developed on both sides. Because I said earlier, I didn't like driving on Bell. It was scary, even because I had to weave in and out, and there's no speed on Bell. I mean, believe it or not, people don't speed it because there's cars everywhere. So I think that wouldn't be maybe an option to bring it together.
Okay, Councilmember Joy, Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I have a question for Director Melling. Could you speak a little bit to the ordinance about connectivity that really drives what the city is trying to do in terms of connectivity?
So we would talk about this differently. So from a transportation standpoint, we look at connectivity from the standpoint that we're trying to get people to collectors as fast as we can, and then to arterials as fast as we can, kind of keeping people out of neighborhood streets, out of local streets, and not having cut through traffic. So creating a network so that people can get to those larger streets faster. Connectivity for zoning and planning are different, so I'm going to let them answer their take on that.
I'm sure Wyeth will add to this. But when we think of connectivity, we think about connecting people, not just their cars. So when we think of connectivity, we're thinking of people walking, rolling, driving to their neighbors, to visit, to have those social connections that provide a strong community. So the connectivity requirement in our planned neighborhood development was filling a void that we had in the previous zoning code. Whereas somebody could come in, get a zone change, and then afterwards, if they didn't do a subdivision, there was no way for the city to ensure connectivity. There was no policy, no regulation to administer that says, connect this neighborhood to the existing streets. That's why it's in zoning. It may not stay there. It may go into another part of the city code that's more appropriate for connectivity discussions, but this is where it is now, and this is where we will implement it.
Okay, our planning director would like to answer that if he may.
I just want to add to it. I'm going to add to both of the comments. I think but I want a couple points on this. So one of the things that's important about connecting all together, and I think it fits with both, moving traffic to collectors and arterials versus moving people through neighborhoods, is that the connectivity is an organic process. So as the city is building out and you're connecting these streets, it's gradually improving how things flow and how people move around. In this example, the Obie Lane wasn't built to the property line to not connect. Like, that's why it was built that way, was because eventually we would connect to other, property. Bell Avenue fronts the entire north side of this property. There's a reason for that. It's one of the ways that you can access and connect to the property. And then Bell goes off, both east and west. We're already having conversations with property owners around 44th and west of 44th about future development. So when you talk about collectors and what's going to happen with other streets, that is, again, it's organic. It's evolving right now. So it's really important, I think, to be thinking about the whole picture and how this whole area and how people are going to move, all modes, how they're going to move in the future. And so it's really important when you make these decisions that you are thinking about that. It's not a snapshot right now. It's how is this going to work over time. So I just want to reinforce that what Nicole and Debbie said is also true. But it's really important to look at that whole picture.
Okay. Rick, we're gonna keep going here. Councilmember Neese, Councilmember Gulick.
Thank you, Mayor. I do have a question for, I'm not sure if it's Debbie or Nicole, but this came up in one of our other land use issues about the connectivity in the streets and things like that. And this one only appears to be having one street connected to the north, but isn't it every 600 feet you have to have it? Do you know how wide that property is along there? I mean, is that needing really two streets up there to connect, or is it really one just enough?
I don't have the code right in front of me, but I believe that the maximum length of a block face is
Right.
800 feet and the perimeter is 2,200 feet. I don't think it dictated a interval of street connectivity. But obviously we have a street and we can connect to it. And hopefully it meets those block perimeter requirements.
So what is a good policy when you have a large development of 500, I've heard people say 1,000 people in there coming and going, 800 cars coming and going a day out of there. What would be the appropriate amount of streets going into a subdivision, out of subdivision with that amount of density? Regardless of the block face or the length of the blocks, but just based upon the density.
I don't think we've ever done a connectivity based on just density. It's more the physical environment where that proposal is going to happen. So, for example, in your first neighborhoods around downtown, you have abundant connectivity. You have blocks that are 300 feet long before it connects to another street. So there's lots of ability for people to move around in their own neighborhoods, on the street, on sidewalks. It's a complete system. This is a system that's not yet complete. I think that 2 accesses to the south is very good, but it's, the connectivity to make that neighborhood really work has to be other streets that it's connected to, Bell Avenue and Obie Lane.
And there'll be, if I read this correctly, there'll be another connectivity to the west if that property gets developed out that way also?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you. And then, Mayor, one more question, if you don't mind, and this may be for Debbie. I think you talked about Bell Avenue is mostly developed. I think, what do you say, it was 2 feet more to be a full street. And so is that something when we are doing a project like this, it can be conditioned for the developer to finish off that 2 feet of street so it's a fully developed street? So that, unfortunately, because it's county, we can't make the property owners do that. That's in the county. But can we have that street fully developed, the full 2 feet? And I know it's only 2 feet, but then it would be fully developed and then we could have access in and out of this area.
Okay. During annexation, you can do that. It comes down to, should we do that? We've got a city development that will be basically installing improvements for a county tract of properties. So that's a policy decision. It can be done.
So during the development agreement, that could be added?
During the annexation agreement, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Debbie, while you're there, we've heard these numbers, 1,000 cars. It's actually more than that if it was using your numbers of 270 plus 800 in the evening. Now, if you were to just even those out over 24 hours, that 1,170 total would be 49 per hour over 24 hours. Obviously less than 1 a minute, but that's over 24 hours, and these are not over 24 hours. But even if you doubled it over a 12-hour period, it's about one car every 50 seconds. That's a lot if you're used to no cars on your street or very, very few cars on your street. But how much traffic is too much? How can you help us to understand what this kind of traffic load looks like, maybe on other streets that we're familiar with, that we might drive all the time? How much is too much? What's the capacity of these streets? What does capacity even mean for a street? And if you can address the width issue, you've heard also a lot about what happens with Morningstar when cars are parked there. I've driven this car to go look at this many times, but I admit I wasn't there when, there was, or I didn't notice or wasn't focused on that issue. I assume parking is legal there, first of all. So what happens if you do have a line of cars there? Does it become impassable for 2 lanes of traffic? That's pretty fundamental.
So the minimum street standard for local streets is 32 feet. And that allows for parking on both sides and two-way traffic to pass if everyone parks on the edge and drives carefully. I think everywhere you go down, I'm thinking like Clark, a lot of places where people park all the time. It's pretty tight in there. You can pass, but it keeps the speeds low, which is why a lot of our old neighborhoods have low speed. We don't get a lot of complaining in those areas about speeding. So that width is appropriate to have parking on both sides. It keeps the speeds low, and you can pass 2 vehicles. Fire trucks, obviously you can't pass a fire truck and a vehicle at the same time, but they can access that with their lights. So to your other question.
Well, if I can just clarify then, if 30 feet assumes parking on both sides, I'm assuming you don't have parking on the south side?
Right now.
Is there width on the existing cross-section of Bell for parking on the north side and 2 lanes of traffic?
So there are some people parking on the south side, but there's no curb, and there's no edge, so people can pull over. But they have been people parking on the south side as well. So there's 30 feet of asphalt, which allows parking on one side and travel of 2 vehicles.
Now, there's 30 feet of asphalt.
There's 30 feet of asphalt, yes, which is a typical half-street standard for us. We call it half-street. It's nowhere near half, but that's what we call our half-street standard for development.
Okay, and since each car is about 8 feet wide or so, that allows parking on at least the north side and 2 lanes of traffic.
Right. And if people are parking on the south side, they have the opportunity to get over. If they're parking right on the edge, there's not room for 2 vehicles with 30 feet.
Okay,
Because there's only 30 feet right now.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Other questions for Debbie, or we'll go to Councilmember Gulick?
Not a question, actually, some comments. Connectivity really is the best practice for creating coherent, healthy neighborhoods rather than disconnected subdivision developments. And the police department has explicitly stated that they were fine with annexation of this property contingent on connectivity. If we put a gate there, that gate needs to be opened. I think we have a real safety issue when seconds count. And so I think a gate would be really problematic. Therefore, I vote to deny requested, I want to do a substitute motion, which is to deny the requested variance from section 27804C, connectivity for planned neighborhood developments, and provide the street network connections as was shown in the exhibit, exhibit without the variance.
Okay, thank you. Is there a second, Councilmember Shaw? Okay, substitute motion. So this means if this were to pass, the other one goes away. Councilmember Boyette? Let me just ask if you wanted to talk further to your motion, your second. If not, we'll go to Councilmember Boyette.
I already did, thank you.
Okay, and Councilmember Shaw? Okay, Councilmember Boyette.
Thank you, Mayor. The developer went to the public here and said he agreed. He said what they wanted to do. He went to the city. The city didn't like it, but the zoning commission approved it. They liked it. So we had, what are we here for if we're not to look and listen to our constituents, our public? I wouldn't want to have a house on the corner there and then try to sell it down the road with an apartment house with 1,000 cars a day going past my house. I just think that's going to ruin this poor little neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Further discussion on the substitute motion. Councilmember Neese?
I agree. I think connectivity does need to happen, and this road is going to be developed sooner probably than later, and there's no sense to try to fence it off now and then try to have it reopened later on. So I will support the substitute motion. I think we need to move forward to get this going. I voted against the project, but now that it's here, I think we need connectivity within this area. Thank you.
Very much. Councilmember Purinton?
So with your motion, that means that traffic would be open to Obie, is that correct? And that's what I don't particularly care for, especially because it's a county road and it's not developed. So I think too many substitute motions won't work, but that was one of the things too, I think that we heard from the ones that were opposed to the zone change, which now we've done, but they said, if it goes through, do vote for the variance. I think the developer came up with an idea for the variance, so I can't support the no variance. And I think this is one time that we could listen and try to do something to mitigate some of the traffic issues in the neighborhoods, especially down Obie. I think Bell is probably projected to be, what is it, a collector, I guess, is what it will be, Bell. So with that said, is it a collector?
Debbie or Wyeth, can you comment, or Nicole, on the functional classification status?
Bell Avenue is a local street. It is not a collector now. It's not been designated as a future collector, but it could be.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Owen?
Debbie, can I ask you a couple questions about these roads here? So Obie comes down, Obie does not go to Shiloh, and I assume there's no plan to take it to Shiloh. It runs into 41st, which goes as in a T. 41st, what is that going? Then north connects to Bell, but south dead ends. Is there a plan to connect that across, or are we all just creating another way to dump onto Bell?
Right, yes. There's no plan, as far as I know, to connect that up. I need to look at the plat, and I can do that really quickly just to make sure there's not a connection that's platted.
Okay, that'd be great.
I'll look at it.
Because there's a road, like a hazard sign there, and sometimes that indicates future road growth.
It
so-
does. Yeah, let me check the plat really quickly.
Thank you.
And Debbie, while you're going to, go ahead. You can go grab that and I'll talk at you while you be very efficient. They just have to hear me. They don't have to hear you while you're there at the, when you get back to the podium, if you could just comment on what it means to, what level of development OB is. We've heard it referred to as undeveloped. I've driven down it. It's paved, fairly wide, but it may not be developed to city standards or something like that. So I just wonder if you can comment about its capacity to hold traffic and how much new traffic there might find its way to OB. That doesn't need a car. Cars don't need curbs and gutters.
That'll tear it out. County board, maintain it.
Apologize for the brief delay. We're just checking on the plat of OB to see whether there's any indication that it would extend eastward.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Purinton?
So we're kind of chit-chatting here, but Obie is a county road, street. It is asphalted, no curb or gutter. So it's always been my understanding that without curbs and gutter, it eats away at the asphalt. Who's going to maintain that road? The county. And so I'm not sure that the county will maintain that road.
It looks like staff would like to comment a little bit on the capacity of OB and
Okay, there's so many questions here. Let me start with OB. So it's a county road. I don't know how it was developed. A lot of county roads aren't developed with a street section that we typically require. My guess is when this was developed as a low-density residential neighborhood, it probably was not developed with the kind of subgrade that would hold up to a lot of traffic. I don't have the width of it. I think it was 24 feet. I think 24 feet was what was measured. So it's relatively narrow. If there was going to be parking, no curbs. So that's the basic construction of OB. As far as what it will handle, our local residential streets, typically we plan for about 500 vehicles per day. It can be more than that, but that's what we see on a lot of typical neighborhood streets. So OB I don't know if it would stand up to that or not, without knowing how it was constructed exactly. I don't think so, but I'm still trying to get it. My computer's a little slow here.
okay, why don't we move on if we can, council, while we give staff, and then if staff is successful in finding that, they will stand up and see if they can answer that question. Is there any other comments on the motion or questions for other staff members? Councilmember Repsis.
Obviously, you probably guessed what I would comment, but I do support connectivity. We have to have it. I don't believe that either Bell or OB or 41st is constructed to actually support that right now. I want to make sure that once they are developed, we have that connectivity. But it might be a while. It might not be a while if we learn something about the water supply out there and suddenly everybody gets annexed in, or or if the lot just to the west of this builds out and suddenly 44th is there and we've got a different path out. That's because Bell is actually developed from Twin, well, no, it's just the northern side that's developed. Once this develops, it'll be completely developed from Twin Pines West. And so if 44th is there, then we have a nice route out up to Central, and the network can handle it more. It's more of a long-term view. I think just in the short term, the network isn't there yet. So I'm going to be against the substitute motion.
Okay, thank you. Debbie, were you successful in finding that? And then I think one of the other questions was how much additional traffic do we anticipate on OB? I don't know if you had an answer to that one, but go ahead.
So 41st is platted all the way to the next property line. So it could be extended, but it's the church parking lot. So unless that develops in some other way, I can't see where it would be developed it runs into private property, not into another platted street.
Okay.
And as far as the amount of traffic on OB, I don't think it was even mentioned. It's very minor. I don't think a lot of people would choose OB, given the layout of that street in relation to where people would be going or coming from. So I think in the preliminary study they did, there wasn't a lot of traffic on OB. And I'm looking for them just to verify that's what it said.
In the original study we did not have a connect. We had that hybrid. We were connected to Bell. We had a pedestrian way over to OB Lane. But as Debbie indicated, we would anticipate the traffic to be extremely low on that. We would look at that.
Okay, thank you very much. Further discussion, we'll try to move to a vote soon. Councilmember Neese.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Debbie, I do have another question for you, because I think when we look at this, this is a county road. Yes, city traffic may run on it, but we have a lot of county that run on city streets. And then we, as city residents, pay for those repairs and development of those city streets. This, unfortunately, is a county island that will be an island here in the city, and you will have some city traffic running on that. So when that comes around to the point where maybe this area decides and chooses to come into the city, what will the city do as far as repairing that street? Will they rebuild the entire street, and then at whose cost? The residents, or will that be the city's cost?
So in the time I've been here, we haven't had a lot of annexations of fully developed neighborhoods. We've had a couple that have come in and talked to us about it, But we've required that they rebuild their streets to a maintainable standard and bring storm drainage to it and some of those things that would make it maintainable for the city. It's been, that doesn't encourage many to go through with the process. So that's what we've done to date.
Okay, so it's not as if there was a road there, the city just replaces the road. They actually, you have to make them bring the road and put a new road up to standard.
Yes, but it hasn't happened. I can't think of a single
Okay.
one where we've developed, or we've annexed a fully developed site like that, so
Okay, thank you.
that's what we've said.
Thank you.
Okay, for any further discussion, again, what's currently before us on the table is the substitute motion to deny the variance. Is anybody not commented? If not, we're going to go back to Councilmember Rupsis. Or looks like
Are
Councilmember
we allowed
Rupsis.
to amend a substitute motion?
Yes, I believe once. The question for our parliamentarian is, there's a substitute motion. Can you amend a substitute motion?
There's only one substitute motion pending.
Yes.
There is, you guys, it's really late, so
Yeah, for all of us.
let me see if I can look at that.
This is just a question that Councilmember
Because there are-
Rupsis is asking.
There are two amendments can be pending at any one time, but I don't know if our specific rules address substitute motions and prohibit that, so.
Call question.
Well, we'll still try to get an answer to this if we can, and then, you can do exactly that. Gina, would you, so can you give us any more direction, Councilmember Rupsis?
I was just thinking if OB is the hangup, maybe we could amend the substitute motion to have pedestrian access through OB, but open Bell, if that's, or leave that.
New motion. Okay, thank you very much. Councilmember Boyette, who is now our new parliamentarian, was able to put his hands quickly on Brent Brooks' memo from 2020. It has a breakdown of the motions. And under a motion to substitute, it is A, an entirely new motion, and B, cannot be amended. The code section references 2-221-2G. So assuming that's correct, we will say sorry on that one. Thank you. So we'll have to move to a vote. Was there a call for a question, in which case we would vote on whether to vote? And there's 9 of us, and that requires 3/4, right? So anybody who can do also 2/3?
Simple majority in this one.
To call the question? No, I think we need a supermajority. Gina, can you clarify the vote? Supermajority for motion to call the question is 2/3 or 3/4? 2/3. Okay, so we need the same 6. Well, that's a valuable piece of paper. I'm going to have to pull that one out. Okay, so we need 6, and this will, for anybody who's watching and curious what this is all about, this is just a vote on whether to vote now. So, and it's not debatable, but if you'd like to proceed to a vote on the motion, raise your hand. We need 6 to proceed. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, okay. So we won't bother. So I vote in favor. So for the record, that was unanimous to proceed. Okay, so what's before us now then is the motion to deny the variance. Is the motion clear to everybody? Okay, so and we'll have a hand vote on that. So if in favor of the motion to deny the variance, please raise your hand. Voting in favor of denial are Council members Shaw, Gulick, Neese, Owen, Joy, Cole. If voting in opposition, in other words, opposition to the motion, Council members Rupsis, Boyette, and Purington. That just needed a majority vote. But it would have passed even with a supermajority. So the motion to deny the variance passes. I think that concludes item 3A, little I, and little 2. If there's no disagreement with that, we'll move ahead to item 3B, the annexation agreement. We did not have that one read, so Denise, would you read item 3B?
Annexation agreement with Dorn Low LLC and Dorn Property and Homes LLC. Staff recommends approval.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Joy, how would you like to proceed?
Thank you. I move to approve the annexation agreement with Dorn Low LLC and Dorn Properties and Homes LLC as recommended by staff, with the amendment of asking for the Public Works to look at traffic calming where it's appropriate.
Okay, thank you. Is there a second? Councilmember Neese. Discussion on the motion. Motions for approval. Councilmember Neese.
That's actually, I'd like to make an amendment to the motion to add that the developer would develop finish the final 2 feet of Bell Avenue from their development through to Deputy Zecco to Shiloh.
Okay, the motion is to include in the annexation agreement a requirement that the developer develop additional 2 feet of width on the south side of Bell from the northeastern corner of the developer's property all the way to Shiloh.
Correct.
Okay, is there a second? I don't see a second. I have a feeling people are going to want to ask Debbie a little bit about costs and a few things like that, but we can come back to it. But I'm not seeing a second.
I'll second.
Okay.
For the sake of discussion, at least.
Okay, so there is a second. So Councilmember Neese, did you want to speak to your motion?
Yeah, I think the idea that we're going to be providing this connectivity in that street is not fully developed. The whole idea is this development is going to put a lot of traffic on Bell. And that should be fully developed. That is an impact that they're going to have. We can't go to the county residents to do that, and it is only 2 feet. I would consider adding curbing to that as well to preserve the road, because you're going to have people parking there, and that could be part of some of the traffic calming they do as far as once they get that fully developed, to have parking one side the other, things like that. So I think we need to have the street fully developed in order to properly have that street be utilized for this development.
Councilmember Boyette?
Yes, I'd like to have the developer respond to that. Can you give me your 2 cents on this?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the council, Councilmember Boyette, Councilmember Neese. Appreciate the comments. And again, this is an aspect in our community that I wish we could do more of. Unfortunately, our regulations make it very difficult to sit down around a table and, again, in a gracious way, kind of talk about what works and what doesn't. And we've had a lot of discussions on things tonight I'd like to have more discussions on. Yes, I think putting an additional 2 feet on there, I was just conferring with Debbie, actually, and I understand we have storm drain in Bell. The question that comes into play is it's county property. What kind of precedents are we setting, that kind of thing. Our developer, I've talked with him and that kind of thing, and some of these improvements along here, obviously there are going to be other improvements that come up in the traffic study that the developer under the annexation agreement, even without the addition written to it, will have to do. We need to rebuild the entire access at Shiloh Road because that was an old county road crossing. It doesn't line up with the street. It needs better radiuses, that kind of thing. There are a lot of things that they'll do under the traffic impact study that they have to do anyway. There's great concern raised by the neighbors. Some of the neighbors, as they left tonight, expressed their frustration, that kind of thing. We want to be good neighbors. Certainly we can't go overboard, but adding 2 feet and a curb and gutter along there, tying into the existing storm drain, I think that's something we can certainly do. I would ask for clarification. We're not necessarily prepared to put sidewalk over there. We have sidewalk on the north side. Those are existing lots, that kind of thing. I don't believe we have any. The other thing I was looking at briefly is I don't believe we have any landscape that would be problematic there, and just 2 feet in a curb and gutter should be fairly easy to transition into the grades of those, because that, again, that was old county road section. It was an old borrow ditch. So we'll come up, we'll grade back off of that and do that kind of program. So I think with that in mind, we can certainly acquiesce to the motion that was added there. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so you have that proposed amendment to the motion. Further discussion on the proposed amendment before we proceed to a vote. Councilmember Ripsis?
I'm going to vote against this because I think the only chance we have of keeping traffic calm on that street might be not improving it and keeping it narrow and less convenient for people to drive fast. So I think an extra 2 feet will just encourage people to drive faster, and I don't necessarily want to encourage that if we're going to be putting a lot more traffic on that road.
Okay, Councilmember Neese?
Thank you, Mayor. Debbie, can we have streets that are non-parking on certain signs? Is that something that Public Works does? Does the council do that? Or because of the issues we're having here, can that be part of the traffic calming where you have no parking on one side, and so the 2 lanes are kind of one side down the road, and then when you have parking on the other side, you kind of move the traffic around so it kind of weaves in and out of where they can or can't park as far as helping calm that traffic?
So there's 2 different ways parking is done on street or no parking is done on street. It's either that we see a problem like clear vision or something, or the parking department needs it for some reason, division needs it for some reason. So yes, we have done that before. You can chicane parking. Yeah, I'm just trying to think if we have any examples of that. Downtown, a couple of streets, we move parking from one side to the other, and so you create a small chicane in some of those.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay. I'm going to just comment. I'll vote in favor of this because I just appreciate, making progress. But I would encourage staff to work with the developer. None of us are traffic experts here. We all know what the goal is, which is to have safe but adequate capacity on the road. And if the experts start looking at it and they see a way to achieve that result, and it's not perfectly consistent with this agreement, come back and maybe we can change the agreement. But hopefully you can come up with something that improves the street and still keeps it safe. Any further comment before we proceed to vote on the amendment? Councilmember Gulick.
I appreciate your bringing the amendment forward, or I guess additional condition. I hope that it would allow for people to park on the south side by doing so, which could slow traffic. I guess this is getting too much into micromanagement, so I'm just a little unsure how to proceed here. But I think it is good for us. This is a project that can help us do some improvements in our public infrastructure as well. I think I will support it.
Thank you. Okay. Any other discussion on the amendment? Councilmember Shaw?
I'm sorry, it was just one thing, but so this is it all county land that we would be requiring the addition across? I'm troubled by the precedent of that. Have we done that before? Is this a brand new thing, or is Barrett Road?
Debbie or Nicole, anybody want to comment?
I'm just curious, yeah.
I guess it's the benefit of having 23 years under your belt here, but 62nd Street West, which is a connection into Ironwood, was required to be improved to at least an all-weather accessible route. That's all in the county, outside of Ironwood subdivision. I believe there are a couple of other examples where, for Emogene Heights is connecting to Columbine Drive, which is a county gravel road. They're connecting with their paved road. There's an agreement between the city Public Works and County Public Works about who's going to take care of what part of the road and to what condition. But these are, they're kind of few and far between. They're more common where you have islands of city development surrounded by county. So we've had some of it, not a lot.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilor, are you ready to proceed to a vote on the proposed amendment? Okay, so again, the amendment is only to require the developer to pave that 2 feet of bell. I didn't hear of a requirement of a curb in there. Was there clarification on that? And let's ask Chris, we'll come back to that, but Chris?
I would ask, maybe the fine line here to stay out of ultimately micromanaging this is you want it built to a city standard. Debbie in Public Works will decide what that width is based on the information, and yes, it will need a curb, but I would leave it to that. Now, again, I realize the neighbors won't see this as a positive, but those who front Bell, this would have been their expense. So I think you could certainly make the case with the density and all that's happening that the developer's agreeing to improve the street. It is something those individuals in the county at some point, someday, would have generally been expected to be the ones to be rebuilding that half or building that half a street. Again, you can't say perfectly because we have so many examples around town of stuff that's getting swallowed like this. So I would ask that you use a city street standard. That way Debbie and Public Works can, with the data, decide exactly the width, where the curb line is, things like that versus 2. And we certainly understand you want it to be a fine balance of not fast traffic, but effective to move traffic safely.
Chris, does that mean digging up and creating a whole new sub-base for half of Bell?
This is not the only street that's been built where half of it's done. As Debbie said earlier, it's more than half that was built with the first half. I'd have to have Debbie answer what happens when you do a second half street like this.
And then Rick will probably want to comment. But Debbie, so the question is, Chris, you heard Chris say, would it be simpler just say the developer has to develop the rest of Bell to a city standard? We're just trying to understand what that would mean.
Yep, and I do not know off the top of my head how Bell was built. There's a substantial portion of it on the east end that appears to be completely to city standard. I think when that development came in, they probably had to do that. Looks like further to the west, maybe it's not as
Let's ask the engineer, Rick Luthold, who I'm sure has looked at this and has a better idea, if that's okay. Rick, can you come to the microphone, though, and comment so everybody can hear you?
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. So I have examined it out there. Like I said, the crossing at Shiloh is off-centered. I believe when they built Morningstar and they built the subsequent developments to the west on the north side, that was all built with that kind of consideration with regard to a curb gutter sidewalk and some portion of a street based on city standard. Now that 30 feet has changed over time. So as you go further to the west, actually you have an area there that gets a little narrower. So things have adjusted a little bit. I think some of it's about 26 feet, that kind of thing. But I believe that what has been built out there is built to a city standard. So we would be tacking on to the sides of that. Obviously, the roughly 800 feet of the north side of our project needs to be built out as adjacency to our project. So I think we're talking about, in some places, it might be as little as a foot. In other places, it might be as much as 4 feet that we put in there. And I would like and appreciate, as the city administrator said, the ability to work with Public Works with regard to that final characteristic of that. I still want to take a look at the way the earth moves away from that existing asphalt right now. And, if we build curb and gutter, that's great for the street and that kind of thing, but I also want to be conscious that we're not monkeying up existing drainages and that kind of thing. So we're willing to look at some additional improvements along there to make that work, but
So
like to
Rick,
do that in conjunction.
if this motion were changed to say the developer will build to a county standard or to a city standard as determined by Public Works, is that an acceptable thing to you?
With regard to those southerly improvement completions along Bell Avenue, yes, that would be fine.
Okay, Councilmember Neese, this is your motion. Rather than specifying exact 2 feet, Would that be okay?
Yeah, that would be fine, because the 2 feet was basically what I had heard, it had to be completed the street. So in essence, yes, to complete the street to the south. And then I had mentioned whether or not curbing or type of curbing would be needed would be up to Public Works. And so, yes, I think that all fits within my motion.
Okay, so that was your motion, and Councilmember Owen seconded that, so that alteration of the motion is okay with you also? Okay, so if that clarifies that motion, anything else before we proceed to a vote on the amendment? Okay, don't see anything, so is the motion clear? This is again just the amendment and to the annexation agreement. So to require this one additional specific term. If in favor of that amendment, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Okay, so the motion passes, but voting in opposition were Councilmembers Joy and Councilmember Ripsis. Did I miss anybody? Nope. Okay, so all other council members voted in favor, so the amendment changes. Now the amended motion is for approval of the annexation agreement to include the amendment we just approved, but also the original motion assumed the suggested change by Debbie that she presented to us earlier that allows for further requirements by Public Works for traffic calming as described in the language that she gave us. So are we ready to vote on the amended motion? Okay, if in favor of the now amended motion, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay. Okay, so that motion passed unanimously, and that concludes then item 3B. Denise, would you read item 3C?
Yes, Mayor, public hearing on first reading ordinance expanding the boundaries of Ward 5 to include recently annexed property in annexation 2115, a parcel located south of Central Avenue and west of Shiloh Road. Staff recommends approval.
Okay, there is no staff presentation. You kind of know the routine on this, council. Is there a motion or other discussion or questions? Oh, thank you very much for catching that. Technically, this is a public hearing on item 3C to expand the ward boundaries. Is there any public comment? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Now back to council. Councilmember Boyette.
Thank you, Mayor. Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to approve the first reading ordinance expanding the boundaries of Ward 5 as recommended by staff.
Second by Councilmember Ripsis. Any discussion? Now we'll proceed to a vote. If in favor of the motion, which is for approval, item 3C, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much for your patience and efforts. Council members, that brings us to item 4. Denise, would you read item 4? And this is also, it's not a joint hearing, so we just have the, let's just do, read item 4A, Denise.
Public hearing and resolution 23, public hearing and resolution for annexation 2208, located south of Elysian Road and west of East Lane. Staff recommends conditional approval.
We'll have a presentation in just a little bit. We have a new face with us, Hunter Kelly, who has shown his endurance here. Hunter, you'll be glad to know every council meeting is like this. Welcome to the party.
Thanks.
So Hunter is making the presentation this evening. It's all yours.
All righty. So tonight in front of us, we have annexation petition number 22-08. This is the annexation regarding school district number 23, more specifically, the Elysian Elementary School. So regarding the interconnectedness of all the items tonight, we'll be going over the annexation policy guidelines regarding this petition. We'll be going over the annexation agreements specific to this annexation and the ward boundary ordinance at the end of it. This will be going into Ward 3 should it be approved. So here's the exhibit of the properties to be annexed. It is these two highlighted rectangles right here. These are both a part of the of tract 1A-1, which is part of the school currently. However, these outlying areas are still within the county. So they are going to be annexing these properties in order to facilitate construction of additional school facilities, including bathrooms, fields, and track areas. Here's the limits of annexation map. So as you can see, all the surrounding areas, including the areas to be annexed, are primed to be annexed into the city. Here we have an alternate version of the properties that are going to be annexed, as well as some nearby adjacent developments and everything going on. All that area to the east, that is currently the Annafeld subdivision and all of its components. So that area that development is slowly expanding westward toward East Lane and towards this school. As before, here's the existing zoning around the area. So we have the Annafeld planned development to the east. We have I believe it is named the Viking development to the west. The interesting thing about this annexation is that the school is zone P2, which is something we have available in the city. But the areas to be annexed are going to be planned development. As a part of this annexation, however, we are not going to be needing a zone change in order to make everything coherent. The planned development that's in place on those allows for the same civic educational uses as the P2 zone, and the planned development also exists within city code. So there's not going to be a need at this time to rezone the property as part of this annexation. Here's a kind of greater vicinity area. Here's some images we have of the site as it is, kind of looking from Elysian and some of the underdeveloped roads in the area. This is kind of looking west towards one of the subject areas being annexed. This is looking north toward Elysian Road. To where some of the current annexation, some of the currently developed land is. This is taken from the point of view of the area itself that's going to be annexed in the city. It's mostly vacant lot right now. Here's looking south from the same location. This is looking southeast towards the encroaching Annafeld subdivision and looking east towards Elysian School. So for the annexation policy criteria, planning has determined that it has filled all the relevant criteria. It is within the limits of annexation. The city is going to be able to provide adequate services to the property. Any proposed public improvements are going to meet city standards. All the property owners are going to need to sign a waiver of right to protest for future improvements, and that's going to be handled with the annexation agreements we're going to be discussing further down the line. Any proposed development on the site is going to comply with the zoning. And again, in spite of the fact that there's going to be kind of two different zones on the same parcel, that's not going to affect this annexation, and no zone change is going to be necessary in order to accomplish what the annexing petitioners want to do here. And lastly is that this annexation does fall in line with our growth policy. It falls in line with the essential investments section, which we define as a supportive school system that inspires, motivates, and prepares students for a meaningful employment, as it is important for ensuring a high quality and competitive community. So it is staff's recommendation that we hold a public hearing taking comments on this annexation, and we recommend conditional approval subject to the annexation agreement, as well as the, pardon me, as well as the standard condition that within 45 working days and prior to site development, a mutually acceptable annexation agreement shall be executed between the owners and the city to provide for improvements, and that shall include the waiver of right to protest for any future special improvement districts.
Okay, thank you very much. Questions for Hunter before we have our open up for public hearing? Are there any questions? Councilmember Denise?
Thank you, Mayor. Hunter, I saw a lot of in the pictures, a lot of vacant land, but I didn't see in the gravel road, but I didn't see sidewalks or streets. So are there already sidewalks on the current land that's annexed in?
No, all the area that is to be annexed, that is all currently vacant land, formerly used as farmland, as I could understand it. There was just a path leading there, and that was I felt was a vantage point for taking pictures of the property that's actually going to be annexed as part of this.
So is the land that is currently in the city, that's owned by the school, have sidewalks all the way down that roads then?
Along the roads, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any further questions? Don't see any, so thank you. We'll, I don't know if there's anybody here, but welcome to comment. Any public comment on item 4A, the annexation?
Lucky me, I'm here for this one too. No, so we're representing Elysian. We've been working with A&E Architects on the development of their track and field, ball fields out there, as well as some restroom facilities that they're working on. As you recall, the Viking land properties were bought by Joe Easton and the Coca-Cola folks in order to bring their water and sewer down through there. As part of their negotiation with Elysian School, they provided a swap of land, purchase of land for putting this new ball field in. It is subject to the annexation agreement that Chris Hertz has worked out, and we've taken a look at that. So there is sidewalk along there right now, Councilmember Neese, but East Lane and Elysian both, again, it's one of those situations of county roads that haven't been fully developed. They're working right now, but as was mentioned by Hunter, the Annafeld project is continuing to the west. They've taken a little breath like some of the residential projects have. They do a lot of single-family residential as opposed to some of the larger stuff. And so I think later this year, we'll kick loose with the improvements on East Lane, which will include full width improvements and curb gutter and that kind of thing. They're subject to that in the annexation agreement. So happy to answer any other questions. Otherwise, I'll hush up and sit down and let you guys take action.
Thank you very much. Any other public comment? I don't see any, so we'll close the public hearing on item 4A. Back to council. Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken testimony, I move to conditionally approve annexation 22-08 as recommended by staff.
Thank you. Is there a second? Second, Councilmember Gulick. Any discussion? Motion is for approval. Before we proceed to a vote. Okay, we will vote if in favor of the motion for approval, item 4A, please say aye.
Aye.
If opposed, nay. Motion passes unanimously. Denise, would you read item 4B?
Annexation agreement with Elysian School District number 23. Staff recommends approval.
Thank you very much. Hunter, I'm assuming we do not have any additional, false assumption. Okay. Debbie has a comment on the annexation agreement. Go ahead, Debbie.
We captured what was in the annexation agreement here, but we don't need to go through it. It's pretty basic and it's all in your packet. The one thing I want to bring up is that the applicant asked us if we would put a future on the improvements because we aren't requiring those street improvements right now until such time in the future as we construct East Lane. So we added in the future as determined by the city. So if you approve this, if you can use that recommendation to add that language.
Okay, thank you very much. So proposed change items, section 6. Councilmember Joy?
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and Council. I move to approve the annexation agreement with Elysian School District number 23 as recommended by staff with the additional words of in the future as determined by the city.
Thank you very much. Second by Councilmember Shaw. Discussion. Any discussion? Councilmember Bernice?
So that's for the development of the sidewalks along, is it East Lane? Okay. Thank you, Ed. Because I was just looking, and it doesn't look like that's developed yet. And I think that's important that we make sure we provide sidewalks for our kids to walk on.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion? Okay, the motion is for approval of the annexation agreement with the change recommended by staff in section 6. If in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
If opposed, nay. Motion passes unanimously. Item 4C. Denise, would you read item 4C?
Public hearing and first reading ordinance expanding the boundaries of Ward 3 to include recently annexed property in annexation 2208, a parcel located south of Elysian Road and west of East Lane. Staff recommends approval.
Thank you very much. We'll skip with any presentation here and just ask if there's any public comment. This is a public hearing on item 4C, expanding this property to be included in Ward 3. Is there any public comment? Do not see any online. No one is coming forward, so we'll close the public hearing. Council, is there a motion? Councilmember Joy.
Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken testimony, I move to approve the first reading ordinance expanding the boundaries of Ward 3 as recommended by staff.
Councilmember Nish, you had your hand up for a second? Did you earlier? No. Councilmember Gulick does. Okay. Sorry, you missed your chance. All right, so any discussion? Motion is for approval, item 4C. If in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion passes unanimously. Item 5. Denise, would you read item 5?
Public hearing and first reading ordinance amending ordinance 22-5819, zone change 1018. Staff recommends approval.
Thank you very much. Wyeth is going to be our presenter here.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. No formal presentation. This is just a correcting an ordinance from our zone change 1018. If you recall, that was the zone change up in the Heights to adjust with the commercial and residential where that shed business had encroached into some of the residential area. Everything went as it should have. We noticed a description error in the ordinance after the fact. So this is just to clarify that language so that everything matches up. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. And the changes are described in the staff report. So we do have to have a public hearing on this. So we will open up for public hearing. Is there any public comment on item 5? No one is coming forward. There's no one online. So close the public hearing. Councilmember Bernice?
Let's see, having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken testimony, I move to approve the amendment to ordinance number 22-5819 as recommended by staff.
Thank you very much. Second by Councilmember Boyette. Any discussion?
Mayor?
Councilmember Bernice?
Thank you. Wyeth? Wyeth?
We've got a question from
for you on this.
Councilmember Nice for Planning Director.
Yes.
I think this is the third one we've had to come back for corrections, and I'm not counting or anything, so I could be wrong on that. But have we, whatever the problem is that where these are not being done correctly, has that been resolved? Or have we identified what the issue has been, and now we're not going to be seeing more of these corrections like this?
Councilmember Nice, Mayor and Council, yeah, we continue to work really hard to make sure we don't have those errors. This one was actually complicated by the way where the legal description, I won't go into all the detail, but anyway, it was more complex in terms of what the description was and then what we ended up grabbing for the ordinance for the zone change. So, but yes, we're definitely trying to make sure those don't happen and we re-review them as they go through.
And do they go through our legal department as well?
Normally, like these types of things would not be a formal review, but we do send some of our other items to legal, like most of the annexation process you saw tonight, all that is like goes through legal, but sometimes just the zoning.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, thanks.
Thank you very much. Any other discussion?
If I could just mention something,
Sure,
Mayor,
Gina.
but legal doesn't confirm legal descriptions. We look at the content and for legal substance, but we
Okay.
wouldn't know a legal description and wouldn't be able to confirm that.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Okay, the motion is for approval of item 5. If in favor, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay. Motion passes unanimously. Item 6, Denise, would you read item number 6?
Public hearing and first reading ordinance amending ward boundaries. Staff recommends approval.
Thank you. Back to Wyeth.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. Yes, so we're bringing back to you the ward boundary map updates. This is an ordinance. This is the way the council makes this change to your ward boundaries. So this is our first reading and public hearing. I'll go fairly rapidly, and some of you have seen a lot of this several times in the last few months as we've worked through this. This is your existing map. We're planning, this is what's online now. We're actually, with the new changes, we'll kind of revamp that to kind of what you're going to see at the end of the slides for that map. Real quickly on just the background, again, we have a variety of regulations that guide how the wards are maintained and how changes are made. The last time we made ward boundary amendments was after the last census in 2010, and that was completed in about 2013. We've obviously seen population increase and annexations occur during this last 10 plus years. And so after the 2020 census, we bring this to make those amendments reflecting the population changes. We used Montana Census 2020 redistricting blocks are the basis for these adjustments, which is the same blocks that are used by the county and actually also what's used across the state. So we were being consistent there, working with the state of Montana GIS. Had a couple different steps here. So we came to you both at a work session in October and one in December, looking at map versions, different drafts, got a lot of good feedback and direction from council. So we made modifications to those maps, shared that with you via email before we had the informational open house in January, where we presented that to the public and walked through kind of the process for that as well. And this evening is you taking action on the amendments, conducting the hearing, and modifying the boundaries for the 2023 election. And just real quick, what we're working toward here is to get the ward boundaries updated before anyone files to run in this election that's coming up for council. So acting on this this evening for first reading, second reading. The second meeting in February gives us enough time then, because the ordinance doesn't take effect for 30 days, to get that to the election administrator before the middle of April, which is the deadline. So that's kind of the layout of us getting us where we are tonight and that procedure. I'll just real quick, I showed this, you've seen this again. We have our total population, and then I endeavored to do is get as close to 1% deviation from the ideal ward population, which would be that 23,448. And so we were able to do that, stay within the min and max of that with all the wards, as you see with the percentages on the right, or on the right, I guess, right on both sides. And then this is just showing you populations. The big differences were Ward 1 and 4, which we talked about, and we made some of those adjustments to reflect that. And so just showing you with the map, this is, you've seen this from what we emailed and also what was presented at the public session. We have amendments in these areas from Ward 4 to 1, 2 to 1, and 2 to 1, 3 to 5, and 3 to 1 to basically get us to those real close population numbers across the 5 wards. And then what we've got here is just showing you this is what the new map would look like, cleaned up, everything gone, showing exactly what those ward areas would be. And this is what we would work off of and what would be presented for the elections process. So with that, I will be happy to answer any questions. And yeah, I guess that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Wyeth. This is a public hearing, but before we go to a public hearing, is there any questions for Wyeth? Don't see any. Oh, Councilmember Purinton.
So Wyeth, as you know, with the way it's set up right now and the inner belt loop coming in, and there will be population growth, I suppose, along all of those, the specter. Where do you see the shift? Do you see it shifting into Ward 4 or Ward, what is that, 1? Is the orangey one?
Councilmember Purinton and Mayor and Council, you're talking about up around with the inner belt loop boundary, is that what you're asking?
Right.
So yeah, we actually purposely put the inner belt loop alignment on here to be able to recognize that going forward. What we have considered, and also, again, this is from comments from the council, is to keep basically have the belt loop potentially be the top of Ward 1. And then obviously what's Reberg Ranch that's already in Ward 5 or Ward 4 would stay. So you'd basically it would end there, and then everything everything west and north of the inner belt loop we'd either be looking at Ward 4 or the heights coming in from Ward 2. So that's ultimately what would start to happen there. But Ward 1 wouldn't go any further north and west.
So follow up, Mr. Mayor.
Please.
So in looking at the map, Skyway Drive, the green section to Alkali Creek being the dividing portion possibly for Ward 2, and then everything west of Alkali Creek would go into Ward 4.
So, well, Councilmember Purinton and Mayor and Council. So, yeah, this area would continue to be Ward 2.
Right.
This would be over here would be Ward 4, and this would still stay Ward 4 here. And then we would just have to look at up here. Does 5 go all the way up here, or do we then start to have, basically have? I mean, I keep saying 5. I'm sorry. 1. I don't know why I can't. I want it to be 5. 1, and then where the Heights Ward would be coming in. So right up in here, I guess I can't tell you exactly, but we would use the inner belt loop as part of that separation to keep, so Ward 1 wouldn't we're not going any further up there with Ward 1.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Councilmember Rowan?
Well, Wyeth, it probably comes as no shock that I'm unhappy with seeing the Heights continue to be carved up there. I noticed when you look at the percentage of population that Ward 2 ends up being set at 19.9% and Ward 4 at 20.1%, all the others, and I know these are small numbers, but it strikes me that we could have left the Heights more or less intact in Ward 2, at least that portion where you're starting to kind of encroach there. And I just am curious as to why we couldn't do a little bit more balanced distribution so that we were all at approximately 20%, taking a little more out of Ward 4 and leaving Ward 2 intact.
Councilmember Owen and Mayor and Council, it's not an exact process, and the numbers, if you drill down like we did at the previous work session to those district blocks, it's really about trying to grab just a few population here or there to make that work. I recall at that meeting also, we did get some feedback from the council about trying to pull, we had actually proposed sort of an area in here. We tried to move it over, pulling in here and over here to make that more uniform. But we were still dealing with some small amounts of population that we were trying to do to balance that as closely as possible. So I mean, it's certainly, you could slightly adjust and have the percentages be, somebody else be 19.9, but I mean, it's.
But I'm sorry, just to be clear, couldn't you make Ward 4 20% and then Ward 2 20%? Those are the only two that are off.
I guess.
You're already pulling out of 4 to go into 1.
Right,
They're kind of in the center.
We pulled from both, right, we pulled from these two, and then we also had to make some, other adjustments to.
It seems like you could have left Ward 2 intact.
I guess it's possible. I couldn't, without going back and like redoing the math and trying to figure out that, the percentages could have been slightly different, but we would have been trying to reach the same thing, which is keeping with less than 1%.
Where did Reberg start?
Yeah.
So, question?
Okay, a few more questions, Councilmember Purinton?
Well, do you not have what those population numbers are for that Ward 2 to Ward 1 and Ward 2 to Ward 1, those two sections that you pulled out of Ward 2 that went to Ward 1? Do you not have those population numbers?
I don't have them easily. No, I can't. I don't have them like right this minute. I'd have to go back to GIS to pull those, you're talking about, like the exact number of people in this area.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have that off the top of in my paperwork.
I got a question for you, Wyeth. I know that the statute, I think, requires that we go through this redistricting process once we've got census data every 10 years. But could we do it more frequently if we were gluttons for punishment and there was a lot of growth on the west end, for example, and Ward 5 continues to to burgeon. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what the basis for the information would be.
So I'll mention something, Mayor and Council, that I just learned actually more recently with GIS, when we were working on this whole process, and our GIS staff had been visiting with some of the other GIS folks, and it turns out, so Missoula, and I don't know if this is the only place in the whole state, I can't tell you much more about this, but Missoula apparently uses building permit data somehow, and every 2 years readjusts everything based on building permit data. I have no idea how that would work. I just heard that. We haven't gotten to talk to them. And I haven't heard that ever before, but there's another way that it gets done. So
Okay.
Anyway, so yeah, so there are other ways to do it. But the census has been, obviously a very solid, way to base that, and you're only doing it then every 10 years, so.
Okay. To be continued. Councilor Nish, you had your hand up?
I did, yeah. And to Wyatt's point, these districts, because I went on Dave's redistricting and messed with these maps quite a bit, and it is quite difficult because when you click on a block, suddenly the block will go up and around, and for some reason, and suddenly you've captured 1,000 people, and then you're isolating if you don't, so it's very, very difficult to try and get the way. I don't know who draws these districts. It would be great to figure it out, and if we have to use those districts that way, but it is a very difficult process, and I think it's something that I think that we probably, as a council, I'm glad you brought it up, Mayor, I would support looking at this more often. And I think there's other ways we can do this as well, looking at different ways to ensure that there's good representation throughout the whole city by having residency requirements similar to what the county has, where the county commissioners are spread throughout the county. And so I think there's ways we can do things a little differently. And like why I'm saying Missoula is doing it every 2 years, we should probably take a look at how they're doing it and how we may be able to adopt something and have a regular adjustment of our districts so it won't be so drastic every 10 years. So
Okay.
I would definitely support the staff or the council formulated committee to look into this a little further.
Okay, thank you. Council, let's open up for public hearing. Is there any public comment on item 6? Please come forward.
Die hard.
You know the routine, so I don't have to say the rest of it.
You're good. And we're done, Dorothy Lane. I'd like to get my question answered about how a certain city council member can object to having an area in their ward. I understand that citizens, we can speak out about how we feel about it, but how does one person that is elected and may not be reelected have the right to object to, let's say, Reberg Ranch being in their ward? Boundaries change every 10 years. You guys just talked about that. So how can that one person make that decision? Who made that city council member the all-holy decision maker over Ward 1? Once that person is gone from their seat, who's to say that boundary wouldn't be a better solution? I would also like you to know that the Heights has been in Ward 1 already, and yet, not that this one council member I'm speaking about doesn't care enough to show up to any meetings in the Heights. I have it on good authority that this one person has been at 2 Heights Task Force meetings in the last 4 years. That shows that you could care less about what goes on in the Heights and what we deal with. I believe you're moving our boundaries, to include us into a ward where those city council members can ignore us even more than they already have been. Also, because we're being loud and calling out individuals that need to be held accountable. The Heights and downtown are 2 different lifestyles and 2 different life experiences as well. Ward 1 needs more people? Great. Add the area that the ward member objected to. Clearly, that ward member needs to know that they are not the final decision maker. And then if our boundary gets moved to Ward 1, I will not stop until that person no longer holds that seat. I'm sorry, I do not believe that this member is what's best for our city, nor my ward. So I object to having Kendra or Ed over our area in the Heights, including the area they already have. If you must move the lines, do what that person objected to and show the citizens that you do not get to pick and choose who is in your ward. Again, you are elected to do a job, not pick and choose for whom you do it for. That area will grow with more people as our few roads that you are adding will not grow. That fixes your percentage issue.
Next.
Wesley Dunn, 832 Dorothy Lane. opclearinghouse@gmail.com. 73 times. Ed, you and I are probably going to be getting to be good friends here in the next 2 years. We got a lot to learn from each other. I can teach you a lot, you can teach me a lot. So, as Debbie said one night, once it's on paper, it's going to be passed. I'm starting to see that with the more and more I come. So I know that right there is going to be passed. No matter what I say here tonight, no matter what my wife says here tonight, that is going to be passed. So with that being said, my wife disagrees with it, but I agree with it. Let's go, you and me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Ewald. It's past your bedtime, isn't it?
Oh, man, I can't believe it. You guys didn't learn nothing over all these years, have you?
Oops,
11 o'clock?
not yet.
Jeez.
You only get
Hurry it
3
up,
minutes,
then we'll
not
be
30,
done.
so
Yeah.
go ahead.
Oh, okay. Frank Ewald, 2131 Phoebe Drive. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Much time has been spent aligning ward boundaries, but little attention is paid to the diversity and location where council members live. The method used now only requires council members to live in the ward they represent. Using this method, council members could very easily be next door neighbors or even closer. If wards were split into two areas requiring a council person from each area, there would still be two council persons from that ward. That would satisfy the charter. This would allow a more equal representation of diverse populations in a single ward. By using physical barriers and main arterials as separation boundaries, a smaller neighborhood approach and representation of constituents would be achieved. I included a map on the back. Examples, Ward 1, you'd use the rims above and below. So, and you'd have somebody from the Alkali or the above rim side would be one representative. Somebody on the south side of the rims would be the other representative. The same ward would still vote for both of them, but at least they would require the representative from the other ward. Ward 2, use Wicks Lane, north and south. Makes it pretty easy. Ward 3, use Monad to where it connects to Montana, north and south. Ward 4, use Zimmerman Trail east and west. And Ward 5, use Zimmerman Trail and 32nd Street west, east and west. Divides those wards up pretty evenly, and if you look at a lot of those boundaries that I put in there, there's not a lot of residential on both sides of the street. So before you ask that question, two council persons could actually live directly across the street, but they would be separated by a pretty major boundary. And there's only a few places. Wicks Lane there, it would come into question a little bit. You got the little bit on Zimmerman Trail in Ward 4, and then Monad on the west end. There's a few houses there, but most of Monad is commercial. And then you have the same thing on Montana Avenue is commercial. The chance of having a closer, better, and more diverse neighborhood representation is worth making this a reality. This would also increase your desire of equality and fairness for each ward. So I'd like you to think about it. It's if we're getting this done before the election time, this would be a great time to do it. I don't think there's anything against it, so thank you for your time, and I hope you consider it.
Thank you, and thank you for your patience. Yeah, I guess we'd have to look at the charter. I'm not sure exactly what we could or couldn't do that there. Okay, any other public comment on item 6? Don't see any, so we'll close the public hearing there. Council, we still need to resolve this item, so, or is there further discussion, questions, motion? Councilmember Boyette?
Thank you, Mayor. Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken testimony, I move to approve the ordinance amending ward boundaries as recommended by staff.
Thank you. Second, Councilmember Shaw. Discussion. Councilmember Purington.
So, Wyeth, in using the physical boundaries that we have within the city, I don't know that former council member Ewald got the populations down with those boundaries, but I know that's what's really, we have to have those populations, where they're within that 1%.
Councilmember Purington and Mayor and Council, I guess I'm not sure. I didn't see the map yet. So I don't know how that would affect it. So I can't comment really right now if it's still one ward or what the idea was with the 2 representatives.
Yeah, I guess all I'd say is constitutionally, it'd still probably be bound by this 1 person, 1 vote requirement. Right. So have to be really pretty close. Okay, anything else for staff or discussion? Councilmember Owen, Councilmember Neese?
I just wanted to say I'm going to vote against this. I think it's not just a question of math, it's a question of keeping neighborhoods and neighbors together, and I don't think we're doing that. I also continue to be concerned that we're very far behind as a council in addressing the council initiative on charter review and thinking about the kinds of things that we need to be doing to prepare not just ourselves but the community for charter review. I would support a much broader reconsideration of wards in our community. I think we've talked about it a lot here. 1 member, 1 ward, perhaps fewer wards. I think this is not heading us in the right direction. I understand we're up against an election deadline, but I'm going to be a no on this.
Councilor Neese?
I would like to vote no on this. However, I think because of the election deadline, to try to change this now, like I say, I've drawn several maps. I've actually utilized what Councilman Ewald has said about using the like A and B wards based on your residency. It would be very easily done. That's something the staff could do. If I can do it, I know the staff could have done it. I don't think it's an issue because, and then we can talk to legal and ask them to look into it, but I don't think it's an issue because you're still going to have 2 representatives per ward. They would just have to have a residency requirement. The charter doesn't prevent from doing that. We're a self-governing city. That's something that we could just change in the ordinance. And so I think that there is a bigger conversation we have to have on this. But I don't think now is the time because the deadline is why I said, even if we approve it tonight, it'll be just in time for the election. And so I think we unfortunately have to pass what the staff has given us. It's better than it was, but I think, like Councilwoman Owen said, it does split up some of the wards that probably shouldn't be split up. So I would look forward to, again, further discussion on this to bring this to the council maybe by the end of the year to where we can actually come up with a different award system. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion? Is there any further discussion before we move to a vote? Okay, you've got the map in front of you. So that is the motion before you for approval of that map. If in favor, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Voting in opposition, council members Neese and Purington. Or I'm sorry, what did I say? Neese, okay.
We don't know.
It is late. Councilmember Owen and Purington, all others in favor. Motion passes. Okay, that concludes item number 6. Public comment on non-agenda items. Anything not on our agenda this evening?
Frank Ewald, 2131 Phoebe Drive. I'm back again. Mayor and council. How many more shootings and homicides need to happen before something is done? Billings citizens have answered your plea and passed 2 back-to-back public safety levies. What have they received in return? Has frequency of violent crimes gone down? 2 pretty easy questions. When I was sitting on that side of the desk, we often heard that more bike paths and trails are needed to encourage people to locate here. How many more miles of paths and trails are needed to overcome the negative image that radiates from Billings because of the shootings and homicides occurring weekly? Per capita, we are on par with Chicago for shootings weekly. So does that make us Little Chicago? Everybody talks about Chicago, how bad it is. They're starting to talk about Billings that way too, if you just really listen. Please tell the governor and Brian Gookin no more. The river flowing to Billings needs to stop. It is costly, dangerous, life and image destroying. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, Council, Chris, thank y'all for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight. So first of all, I just wanted to say kudos to Debbie. I mean, that she is very professional. She's very respectful, and that's what I expect out of everybody. You know, you don't have to give me respect because you don't know me. I understand that. But just being a professional individual dealing with the public, that's what we and I want to see. So kudos to Debbie. I know she's not on the same, I guess, path as I would want to see because she's still involved in this cover-up that we all know is going on right now in the council and city of Billings. But so this is where I want to say, does council members, mayor, you can't answer any of my questions. I have to email you all my questions, but you still don't email, you don't return my questions. So what's the point? So I will physically speak that. You don't have to answer me because you're not going to answer me anyways. So when you took an oath to be in that seat, did you take an oath to this man? Did you take an oath to St. John? I don't think you did. You took an oath to the citizens of Billings, Montana. You're not following that oath. This man works for you. I need to remind y'all that. This man works for you.
And he does a damn good job of it, Wesley. But go ahead.
I'm a registered voter. You don't have to waste your time and your taxpayers' money on looking that up. If you want to do any other background checks, you can, though. Waste taxpayers' time. So I will tell Debbie, in distribution and collection, I lost. I lost that fight. I lost that battle. But Debbie did have some good points, and I think we had some good points, too. One thing that I did want to make is the city wants you to call them on any emergency when it comes to your utilities. First, do not waste the money. When they send a jet truck out, that jet truck will not only jet the lines of the main line, it will also jet your line. That's one thing that a lot of people don't know that. But I will tell you, with all the calls that I've been doing, not that I'm not having problems, but I am doing the city a big, big favor. All those needles and all those meth bags and everything else is getting flushed down his toilet, Mr. Robert Morris's toilet. Guess where they're going? They're going in our sewer lines. They're eventually going down to that poop plant. So you're welcome, Billings. I'm cleaning your sewer line for you. Getting all that crap out of there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Before you start my time, Jackie and Sean had to leave. A man approached their oldest daughter and asked her to come to Roberts with them. So they had to leave with the police. So they would have been here to speak on behalf of the board, the boundaries and all of that, but they had to leave abruptly. All right, Amber Dunn, Dorothy Lane. Let's talk about the safety mill levy that was passed, that we all pay into. I hope you saw the email that I sent to you back on January 24th about Flathead County. If my numbers are correct, you passed a $210,000 part of that mill levy for homeless shelter. Now I have that article pulled up in case you guys didn't, but Flathead County actually published a letter to their city council members that says the simple truth is that providing homeless infrastructures has the predictable consequence of attracting more homeless individuals into our county. If you didn't read it, continue reading. I'm not going to waste my time rereading it since I sent it to you. But the point to that is that's exactly what you guys are doing with our money that we pay for the safety mill levy. So, just a couple weeks ago, you guys were speaking about sidewalk project, which forces people to pay who cannot afford for sidewalks. Mr. Repsis, you were speaking about your constituent that you were trying to make sure didn't have to pay for it on a fixed income. Well, the issue with that is your problem can be fixed with our safety mill levy by using that money to pay for these sidewalks. So you spent $210,000 on some low barrier shelters for some homeless. That could have built 12 sidewalks at the amount of money you guys were sitting up here saying that would cost these citizens that sit up here. So safety, safety, safety is all we heard that night. These sidewalks are for safety. Sidewalks are for safety. Sidewalks are for safety. You showed walking areas and grass areas that people use instead of walking on the road. Great. If it's that big of a safety problem, use some of the mill levy money for that instead of spending it on the homeless, which do not contribute at all to the money we are putting into this with no safety measures being taken that I see, that the neighbors see, that a lot of these other people that we've had reach out to us, they're afraid of retaliation to come up here. They don't see any of their tax dollars working for safety either. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment on non-agenda items? Don't see any, so we'll close the public comment period there. Council initiatives. Councilmember, you guys can flip a coin. Who wants to go first?
Mine hopefully will be quicker, so thank you, or quick anyway. I was excited tonight that we passed the master plan for the rec center. As you know, there was a component of that pro forma in that plan that talked about advertising, revenues, sponsorships, and some concessions. The chamber strongly believes that those numbers are probably very conservative, underestimating what we can generate from that from the community rec center. And so they've engaged with Victus advisors to perform a more comprehensive study on revenue opportunities at the rec center, from advertising, sponsorships, naming rights, concessions, anything to do with bringing money in to help pay for that, to cover that gap of that operating deficit and, to reduce that cost to taxpayers. So they have asked if the city would partner on that, and I am making a motion tonight. You all saw the initiative that I sent out. It's a very simple motion to make a statement as council that we will support that and direct staff to contribute $20,000 towards that study for Victus advisors. And the source will either be the South TIF funds, Park District 1, or general funds, according to whatever staff determines is the best source of that. But we think probably the South TIF funds as an extension of the work that's already been done on the master plan to date. So that wasn't a very concise motion, but I think it's approved the initiative that I sent out this week.
Thank you. Councilman Ripsis, can you remind us what the total cost of this is?
Total cost is estimated to be $37,000 plus expenses, so it'll be around 40, maybe a little more than 40.
But the city's portion would be capped.
City's portion is $20,000. The remainder of the funds will be paid by the chamber, the EDC, and TBID.
Okay. Second by Councilmember Shaw. Councilmember Ripsis has spoken to the motion, so further discussion. Councilmember Owen, Councilmember Joy.
If I could just ask a question, Mayor, of Councilmember Rupes, do you know if this study intends to actually look at the fee structure as well?
It won't be looking at the fee structure for programming, no. But it will estimate revenue opportunities from naming rights, advertising, sponsorships, donations, concessions, all those types of things that'll bring extra revenues in.
But that daily use pass is not.
No, that's not their.
Why?
I think they're trying to keep this study focused on what their expertise is, as opposed to where we had Jeff Ballard, Jeff King, where their more expertise might be on the programming side of things and what they expect to be able to generate.
Okay, so the reason that I'm asking this question is I think I had a conversation, as I think most of you know, with them. I've talked with a few other council members about this as well. There's this question that we have if the city of Billings builds this, how do we address people from the county or other areas using it when they didn't contribute to it? How do we set our daily rates? It's my understanding that a number of communities have solved that through the idea of what they call a city card, which means that the daily use rate is set at what the out of city or out of boundary rate is, and then there's a discount card. It strikes me that this could be interesting for this proposal. It might solve our landfill issue. I mean, I think there's some uses here, and I think it's worth a further conversation. I'm just trying to figure out if this is the kind of thing within the scope of this study or not.
It wouldn't necessarily be part of this study, but we will have several years to figure this stuff out. Because remember, this, I think, will tell us how much we might have to expect taxpayers might be on the hook for or want to subsidize. Whereas the types of split that you're talking about between city, county, or other ways, those types of things might be more just tweaking as we go and looking for innovative ways as we go, as we build it. Because we're working on the operating model as well. Is it going to be a privately managed, third party, whatever?
Fair enough. Just want to raise the notion.
Yeah, very good.
Good. Anything else? Questions, Councilmember, or I had recognized Councilmember Joy, Neese, and Purington?
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and Council. I support this initiative. I would just say I don't really think it should come from the Suburra. The Suburra has paid for the bonds that are due from our police evidence building. That supports the whole city. They put tremendous amount of investment into roads, sewers, water, parks, all of those things that the investments that they've made have freed up budget. So they're doing their part. I think they've done a really excellent job of doing their part. And maybe the rest of the city needs to get some skin in the game. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Neese, Purington, and Gillick.
Thank you, Mayor. And again, I have a question for Tom on this. The funding you said was the city, of course, coming from taxpayer dollars. What were the other three sources?
The chamber, the EDC.
And so chamber funding, do you know what that's?
I don't remember the split between the chamber and the EDC and the T-bid. I think the T-bid is picking up the lion's share of that.
Okay.
That other 20,000. Maybe they're doing 10 and then chamber and EDC are each doing 5, something like that.
Okay, EDC is, of course, taxpayer funds, and then T-bid is the revenue from the bed tax?
The EDC, I believe, is the corporation side of things, so it's not
I see.
taxpayer. The EDA
Okay.
is the taxpayer.
Okay, thank you. And I guess I'll speak to motion. I think it's a good idea. I think we've talked about this before, and I think it is something we need to investigate because we need to find out ways to offset those operating costs. And so I think this will bring to light and it'll help move this project forward if we find that we're able to actually pay for the project. But I do believe it belongs within the Suburra as far as the expenses, because it does, well, it is their project, it is coming there. Already by having the Suburra, the rest of the city is already contributing to that because that portion of the taxes are staying within the Suburra. And some of that is done on city infrastructure, which is great. Others is done on private partnerships. So I think keeping that within that would be the preferred method. I would see us having that funded. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember
Purington.
Purington.
Gotcha.
And then Councilmember Gillick.
So I heard about this at Big Sky, or EDA, and I was really surprised, because I think they were given a figure of 37.5, is that they would contribute 5,000. There was no mention of what the T-bed or the chamber would contribute, but they were also asking the city to contribute. And I'm just sitting here thinking, the city has already contributed. I mean, we were the ones that paid for the plans and everything. So to say that the city has skin in the game, gee, we have skin in the game. We have a lot of skin in the game. So I'm thinking the restaurant association, all these hoteliers, the aquatics people, the ice people, they're just hammering the city to pay. And I won't support this at all. I think we have paid, and taxpayers have paid. So I think those people that will directly benefit from this South Rec Center, they should pay. And even if it's just, it doesn't seem like much on the scale of things for $20,000, but I'm just thinking we've paid enough at this point. We need some other skins in the game.
Councilor Gillick?
I will support the motion, and I would add, I think it is actually appropriate coming from Sabura. The Sabura's funds it's an increment that would otherwise be going to school district and a portion to the city. And so it's a way this will definitely be a facility that it's within the Sabura, but it also benefits the school district in terms of tournaments and whatnot, as well as the rest of the city as well. So I think it seems a really appropriate use.
Okay, any further discussion? I'm not too going to worry about it. I think the need is absolutely critical. I agree the city has done a lot, but this is our building, and we're talking about figuring out how to save us, being our taxpayer, millions and millions of dollars. I'm not going to worry too much about how we get there. I would like to see as broad a base of support as possible, but we've got bigger fish to fry, I guess. One thing I am a little bit concerned about is when we come up with a plan for how much we would like to see come out of the private sector, public or personal nature is that you'll give more if you have to. You'll give less if you don't have to. And part of the problem that we have with going to the voters, and if we're going to approve this big dollar amount, is how do we convince the private sector that you're not going to get X unless you contribute Y? And sure, they're going to contribute something, but I'm not quite sure how to say, no, if you don't pay, you don't get. And I don't have an answer to that, but maybe as part of this solution, I guess a phasing arrangement is kind of the way it often works, or, the city pays for the guts, the skeleton, but you don't get the bells and the whistles, or whatever, I don't know. But that's a much bigger question for today. So, again, the issue before us is this initiative, which I guess needs to be in the form of a motion to put this money forward. And I don't have your written motion language, I apologize. Do you want to read that again to us? Because that's
the motion
an
is
actual motion.
to direct staff to allocate $20,000, move to allocate $20,000 of either South TIF, Park District 1, or general funds to a study of revenue opportunities at the proposed community recreation center.
Okay. And there's a second, Councilmember Shaw. Just clarify, this is actually an expenditure. Should this be something to put it on a future agenda so the public can come in and have its say? Or do we actually have adequate notice here through our little initiative process in the emails? That we're kind of jumping right to where it matters. I don't care either way. I mean, timing-wise, is there any critical time thing here? Oh.
But this was based on the direction that we thought it was okay to go to.
Okay.
this, provided we don't need a budget amendment, you know, it's well within my authority. I think, though, frankly, it's much cleaner here. For sure, it helps us that you take action on it and direct where you want it to come from. That's the preferred. I mean, even with the authority on my side, I don't do things like that just because I can. It really has to fit the intent of what the council's, you know, budget adoption and things of that nature are. So it is, yes, you have the authority. Yes, it is very helpful to be clear about where you want me to take the money from.
So would you prefer us to say specifically to take the funds from South TIF?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I would make that friendly amendment if it's okay with Councilmember Shaw.
Okay, so that's a motion. No further item on a future agenda. It's a done deal at this point going forward if passed. Okay, any further discussion before we go to a vote? Okay, if the, Councilmember Joy.
It's unfortunate that you chose that. I can clearly see I'm in a minority, but I hope that council members send Christmas cards to all the people in South Billings and say, thank you. So I will support the motion with a promise for birthday cards and Christmas cards. Thank you.
All righty. Thank you. Okay, we'll move to a vote. Hopefully everybody understands the motion. If in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Voting in opposition, Councilmember Purington. Everybody else voted in favor. That concludes that item. Councilmember Owen.
Thank you, Mayor. I had previously circulated this, and I think we'd had some council discussion on this. I have an initiative to help us do some planning for the expansion and growth of our municipal court system. You've all received this by email. I have print copies if anybody wants them. In short, this initiative would direct staff to contract with a third-party entity, such as the National Center for State Courts or any similar entity, to conduct a review of municipal court operations, including our prosecution, and make recommendations to support the transition to a second judge and a new courthouse facility. This amendment has been, thank you, this initiative has been discussed with Judge Kolar and her staff. It has been discussed with legal. It's been discussed with the city administrator. The scope of work set forth here is a minimum. It does reflect input from the judge's staff. I think they will continue to have discussion into this. This would direct the expenditure of roughly half of what we think this will cost from this year's fund, and then ask staff to include the remainder of the fund in the FY24 budget. So we'll split it over our fiscal years. I know there continues to be ongoing conversation about whether or not the county would do something similar at the district court level. I've certainly shared this information with them, and whether or not, or how a jail study might fit in here is something that's open as well. But this gets us started for what is urgent for us, which is we have a judge that's going to be elected in a new building coming. So I would make that motion to adopt this initiative.
Councilor Owen, can I just ask for clarification? Is the concept like we just did that this would, I think your description was directing staff to contract with the third party, and that's it? So no need to come back to the council for us to approve any contracts, take any further action, unless the staff wanted to bring it back, but that would not be necessary. We're authorizing them to go. Okay, second by Councilmember Boyette. Okay, Councilmember Boyette, you want to address?
I think we all saw the great happenings after we studied the police department, we studied the fire department. As a result, they changed some of the ways they did it. They're doing better, running faster, jumping higher. Why not do it this way? I think we should look at it. One of the big concerns I have is the lack of collecting. I was an old bill collector. I know I could get a lot more money, I think, than the city has gotten. So that's just one area I think we would like to look at. But this is kind of like a duh thing. Let's do it. Yes.
Okay. Councilmember Neese?
Mayor, I support this and I'll vote for it, but you brought up a comment about that I'm just concerned about, and maybe legal will have to look into us and maybe tell us we did it wrong or not. But my concern is typically we bring initiatives to come forward and then we hear it and it's public noticed. And so everyone is aware what we're actually then approving. And so we already just passed Tom's initiative, and we're spending some money, and we didn't, this group was being hired. There wasn't an RFP process. There's a lot there that didn't go through that we approved. And so my concern is maybe we need to be careful of doing stuff like this. This has more time, I think, a little bit, because it's not specifying this particular group. And so the staff can actually do their process to do it. So I'm more comfortable with approving this, saying that yes to this, because they can use their own process internally to pick a group. But I am concerned that maybe we should watch when we get initiatives, it should be presented for us to approve, to bring back to another meeting for approval time. I know timing was tough on yours, but on this one, it's maybe not.
Yeah, I agree with him. But in a situation where, like, Chris didn't get approval for the public safety study by the Center for Public Safety, because I don't think, because it was part of your budget and you could just go ahead and do it, which is fine. But if we aren't in that world, then I get a little worried about what's not on our agendas.
So Mayor and Council, so a little bit of correction there. So the contract for CPSM was well over my limit.
Okay.
It was in the budget. We didn't come to you and ask for permission for the RFP. We put the RFP together, and then you did approve a contract through a normal contract process. That's how this will work too. If this contract ends up north of my signing authority, it'll end up with a contract to be approved by the council. If it's under my signing authority, you'll see it through accounts payable as bills get paid.
Okay, thank you. So we've got this motion. Further discussion on the motion. Any further discussion? Okay, we'll move to a vote. If in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay. Motion passes unanimously. Are there any other council initiatives? Good. Then we're adjourned. Thank you, everybody.